Good morning. Oh, my voice is loud. And there's some echo. I can hear some echo on my voice. Alors, bonjour. J'aimerais simplement vous faire mention que ce sera une assemblée bilingue en anglais et en français, donc il est important d'aller chercher vos dispositifs de traduction à la traduction pour la traduction simultanée. So it's a bilingual assembly. It's very important to go and get your translation device for simultaneous translation in French, English, or both. We also have LSQ, Oneida language, and LSQ sign languages available, and it's an in-person only meeting. It's a chiefs assembly, so chiefs and proxies will have a red lanyard. They're the one that can that have the right to vote and to speak at the two microphones in the assembly floor. Alors, bonjour, mon nom est Wina Siwi. Je suis Wendat et membre de la nation Anishinaabe Abitibi-Winnie. Les deux sont situés dans la région du Québec. Je suis avocate, médiatrice et je travaille pour la défense des droits des Premières Nations depuis fort longtemps. Alors, c'est ce qui me passionne et c'est le fait que vous me voyez ici aujourd'hui. So, I'm Wina Siwi, lawyer, mediator, and I'll be one of your co-chairs today. And one of my main roles today as co-chair and this week will be to make sure that everyone feels respected here in the room. We've all signed a code of conduct, so I'll make sure that it is fully in place and respected. And we're going to start pretty soon with the grand entry, but I'm going to turn the floor over to my colleague, co-chair, youth co-chair, Véronique Picard. It's her first co-chairing of an assembly. So, Véronique.
And Yoawiti, Askenonia, yes. When that Andy, Yanariskwa, Yoaisiokuta, Yokwasianenda, Yatsi. Bonjour tout le monde, mon nom est Véronique Picard, je viens de Wendake. Je suis représentante jeunesse pour le Québec et le Labrador, puis je suis également coprésidente du National Youth Council. Donc, hi everyone, my name is Véronique Picard. I am the youth co-chair since Sunday for the National Youth Council, and I am the youth representative for Quebec and Labrador. Okay. We also wanted to take a moment to remind you, to introduce you to the accessibility team and remind you that we are here to support all your needs. So if ever you have any needs, you can go and see the accessibility team. We can accommodate you for anything. Thank you.
Merci de prendre place pendant qu'on se prépare pour la grande entrée. Tu peux dire en français?
On vous invite à prendre place tranquillement. On se prépare pour la grande entrée qui va avoir lieu de façon imminente. We invite you to take place. We're preparing for the grand entry that will take place very soon.
On va mettre ça, c'est pour les slides. We're gonna make it, put it here there. Tom, Véronique, co-chair.
So I'll be running the technical team with Jeff at the back. So you guys need anything, just let us know. Everybody goes great for you, okay?
Where's Larry? Grand Chief here.
This should be lighting up.
AGA host mission.
Wage.
They should be outside the room here.
Yeah.
Larry, yes.
Larry White
yes.
Duck.
Maybe
Got
someone
the
can
elevator. I'll
go
go
with
with
you.
The only thing you need to
So
do
someone can, yes.
remote from PowerPoints and stuff is just on the shelf over the podium there. Just grab it from whoever needs it. Do you need anything, or is there any briefings for us?
Puis d'habitude, elle est ici. Fait que ça, il faudrait, usually, la chantier would be here, so there's a place missing, I think. Ah. Attends, on va calculer. Non, il y a assez de chaises. Tiens, on va mettre ici, comme ça, comme ça. Puis ici, ça serait la chef nationale. Elle a pas. Fait que là, t'attends la rue, t'attends la rue.
Jeff's at the back.
Yep, I met him
Backstage, so
was it green or no?
your greeter was right
J'ai
there.
texté.
And if you go out, take the back hole to your office so you guys can get in and out without any risk.
Tu peux peut-être te présenter vite, vite. Là, j'ai pas de nouvelles de la grande entrée, mais t'as aimé. Ah, Chantal!
Dehors, il y avait personne. Il y avait pas de
Non? Ah, shoot.
Les jeunes s'en viennent, mais... OK. On peut pas partir avec eux, sont prêts, là, fait que...
Okay, so what's your name again? Dion? Dion. Dion, here. I made the room for her. You see that here, but you just need her tag. Yeah, you're the one. Huh. Yeah, but they work so late, like. Okay. Okay, exactly. Starting up. Peut-être parce que on va choisir ça aussi. Morning. Good morning. Bonjour. Good morning. Just to remind you all that translation devices are available for simultaneous translation in both French and English at the translation booth, which is in the back of the room. Yes, someone is raising a hand. Good morning, team. We need you today, translation. You're very important. Thank you so much for being here today. And welcome, everyone. We're going to start soon. We're just making some preparation for the grand entry. So the grand entry will start pretty soon. And this will be the first thing today. Bonjour à tous les participantes, bonjour aux chefs et mandataires. Nous allons commencer bientôt. C'est une assemblée qui est en formule en personne, mais seulement en anglais et en français. Et si vous n'êtes pas parfaitement bilingue, je vous encourage d'aller chercher un dispositif de traduction qui se trouve à l'arrière de la salle, au kiosque de traduction dans le fond de la salle. Et merci d'être ici. Nous allons procéder promptement lorsque nous serons prêts pour la grande entrée. Merci.
We want to remind you that the accessibility team is there for you if you need. They're there to support all the persons with different needs in our meetings. The AFN accessibility team is here to support your accommodation requests. For example, the team would like to know if you require accessible seating or support for moving in or around the venue, or if you need more space for your scooter. So if you have any of those needs, please go see the accessibility team. They have yellow handbands, so you can go and see them. Can you stand up, the accessibility team, so we can see you? No? We'll introduce them to you later again, just to make sure. We will start the grand entry very soon. On va commencer la grande entrée très bientôt.
pas si c'est très bientôt, mais on va voir ce qu'on fait.
So just before we start the grand entry, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the host nations.
Je pense que c'est ton truc qui fait du...
Ah oui?
non, c'est pas toi. Je sais pas c'est quoi.
Okay. We would like to acknowledge the presence of the host nations and special guests. Pendant qu'on se prépare à commencer imminemment la grande entrée, on aimerait souligner la présence des invités spéciaux des nations hôtes, des invités d'honneur de nos nations hôtes et également la présence de la mairesse Valérie Plante et de la lieutenant-gouverneur Manon Janotte.
Way
Thank you, Eagle River Singers, for this grand entry song. We will soon be ready for the veteran song. We will give a little time for the singers to take a breath, and then we'll proceed with the veteran song. Tiawank Miigwech, thank you for the veteran song. We will give a little time for the Eagle River Singers drum group to take a breath. And everyone take a breath at the same time. We will now be ready to proceed with the flag song, after which the flags will be posted. Miigwech, thank you. Tiawank to, again, Eagle River Singer. Thank you to Cheyenne Kichikaki, also, which is, he is the official Eagle staff carrier for the AFN. Thank you for introducing the grand entry. We are now ready for the flags to be posted. Merci beaucoup pour la grande entrée. Thank you for the grand entry.
Niawen, grand entry. Good morning, national team. Good morning, everyone. Bon matin. So, while you're all taking your seats, I now declare that this 45th AFN Annual General Assembly is called to order at 9:12 a.m. EDT. My name is Wina Siwi. I'm Wendat and a member of the Anishinaabe Abitibi-Winni First Nation. I'm a lawyer and a mediator, and I'll be co-chairing this AFN AGA. And I'll talk a bit more about my role later, but I just want my colleagues here to present themselves quickly. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bon matin, tout le monde. My name is Cedric Gray-LaHoo, and I will be one of your co-chairs for this 45th Annual General Assembly of the AFN. I'm Mi'kmaq from the community of Listigouge, the son of Jane Gray, who's here at our trade show, so go see her for those of you who know her, and very happy to be here with you, and hoping you all an amazing assembly. Véronique?
Ndiowaweti, Askenonia Yes, Wendat Endi, Yanariskwa Iwaisukuta, Yokwasianendaye Yatsi. Hi everyone, my name is Véronique Picard Yokwasianendaye. Yokwasianendaye means autumn wind in Wendat. I am from Wendake. And I am the co-chair for the National Youth Council. I've been elected on Sunday, and I have the honor to be the youth co-chair for this assembly.
Miigwech to my dear co-chairs. So now for the Thanksgiving address, we have the honor to have with us Kevin Deere from Ganawage, the host nation, the Ganyan-Gehaga host nation, and I now invite Ganasohum to take the floor. Yahweh.
Zenizi dakanaraja, Yotsanunya, Uawinizarade, Agwegu Seguga Idawes, Nedzi, Gigo Ostawa Kawi, Nedawana Duka ne Yetinistan Huza, Tanu Zenizi Judasu Zimzade, Zinore Uawinizarade, Say Agwe Yogut Kawahaje, Agwegu Nohodi Yoguts Tachata Winizarage, Danu Yatana Jodukte. Nona dasatung kwawaro nahoda anago garunyu. Agwegu sagunane tanizi rodio dajunioni. Tanu konek kariwanota ne chata winizarage onek zidaye da wadanu waradu. Ne ariwa saguga idawes. Tanu nona on the wat kaniza. Tana nahoda on the wat harunyu. Onek tia tiarege nioni. Nohoda da wana dunkwa. Nene da hodagun sadaje raudiriwage. Negadiwai. Zenohodene sa oyera, ga sastansara goa. Wajage huniru sugoe dizu, daru yawagu. Hayawas agwegu ne amda huntkawe, ne radisa stansara. Tanugiga zinizi ganutanyugas, agwegu, wada jotkus, kana gahage. Tanu hayawas ne nohoda, the watarunyu, nohoda gariwahre. Gigo gas one takawi. Watrori, Ogadinizi, the Yodohunzom, on the Watarunyu, Nana Ohunzagayu, Unuguadi Nitonano, Danuga, Runes Nioni, Zinu Yogonagare, ne Ugohue, Danayaos ne Jotku, Skana Gahage, Ekadinana Yotu, ne Nuga Nigura. Well, so I started out with this little boy water drum. That song that you just heard, we call it in my language. Because we all have a belly button here, and if you don't, then raise your hand, because I would like to talk to you. But because we have a belly button, we without a doubt, we know who our mother is and our grandmother, our great-grandmother, and it brings us all the way back to what we refer to as our first mother, which is Mother Earth. We are at her bosom. She gives us pure, unconditional love from the beginning of time. And all she asks that every day, when we open our eyes and we go out into the natural world, that we connect with her, that she gives us love and we show that love back, and that we be grateful and thankful every day. Because yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery. All we have is the power of now. And in the power of now, we should cultivate love, peace, friendship. And whenever we get together and we counsel, like yous are going to do, we remember the unborn nation whose faces has not come out of the earth yet, that when they will be born, they will inherit a happy, safe, clean, beautiful, peaceful, loving home. That is our responsibility to them, and we can't let them down. That sacred drum that you heard, there's water in it because we dance to all of life. And when you hear that drum, that's also our heartbeat, because it's a sacred dance. Your heart is expanding and contracting, your lung is expanding and contracting. We are all sacred beings. We are spirit forever. We come to this lower world for a short time, and then we're all going back. You look to the natural world. The Earth Mother is round. Our elder brother Moon is round. Our grandmother Moon, our elder brother Sun. We originate in what we call in my language, Izinat Godunyadi, the other side of the blue. We're here for a time, and we're all going back home, and that's forever. And the only reason why we come here is to cultivate love, peace, friendship, and that this Turtle Island, this Mother Earth, that when we leave this place, that hopefully we can leave it in a better condition than when we received it. So I'm from Ganawagi Mohawk territory. Historically, we refer to these as our lands that we occupied. At one time, Jacques Cartier came over here in 1534. He refers to the people of Hochelaga. They were still Longhouse people. But the thing is, we're in this territory, so now I welcome all of you to what we refer to as Ganada, which just means the village. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, Goa, merci beaucoup.
Nia Wangana Sohom for your wisdom and teachings and your Thanksgiving address. And I also wanted to acknowledge Cheyenne Kitsakik for the ceremony, for the pipe ceremony, sunrise pipe ceremony this morning. And on that, I'm going to pass the floor, the mic, to my dear colleague, Cedric. What is that?
So Wallen, Kenneth, always a pleasure to hear your teachings. To continue with our opening protocol, I would now like to invite up the newly elected Grand Chief from Ganawagi, Mr. Cody Daibo.
Just now we're going to assume for those opening remarks and the opening prayer. So, what go nu weradu? The Hondo Irade Neiradi Zahayas, Cody Dio Daibo Ujats. So, I'm Cody Daibo, the newly elected Grand Chief for Ganawagi. Ladies, gentlemen, esteemed delegates, I'm very glad to see so many representatives gathered here today in the unceded Gunyakahaga territory of Tiohtià:ke. Your presence is a testament to our shared commitment and unity. It is wonderful that we can come together in this forum to discuss the important topics affecting all of us. Together, we can address the challenges we face and seize the opportunities before us. Our strength lies in our unity, in the collective wisdom and determination of our communities. By working together, we can continue to fight for our rights and jurisdiction, ensuring that our voices are heard and our interests are protected. Let us use this gathering to reinforce our bonds, share our experiences, and strategize for a brighter future for the faces yet to come. The issues we face are complex and multifaceted, impacting our lands, cultures, and ways of life. Through open dialogue and collaboration, we can develop innovative solutions that can honor our traditions while embracing progress. Our ancestors fought tirelessly for the sovereignty and dignity of our people, and it is our duty to carry that legacy forward. I am confident that with the diverse perspectives and expertise represented here today, we can make significant strides towards achieving our goals. Let us approach these discussions with open minds and determined hearts, knowing that the work we do here will have lasting impacts for generations to come. Tonight in Kahnawake at 5 p.m., we will be hosting a very special night market cultural event. As well, this coming weekend will be Kahnawake's 32nd Echoes of a Proud Nation powwow. If you're free tonight and still in Tiohtià:ke this weekend, make your way to Kahnawake to be part of these powerful events. We would be honored to have you. Yawagoa for being here. I look forward to our discussions over the next 3 days and the positive outcomes they will bring. Together, we can create a future where our communities thrive, harmony, and respect for our rights and recognition of our contributions. Yawagoa dan onagi wahi.
So Nyawen, Grand Chief Cody Daibo for those opening remarks. And to continue on, I would now invite the Regional Chief of the Assembly of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador, a man that you know well, Mr. Ghislain Picard.
Kwijt het nou, niet gaan het ook nog te met je. Het behoort het nou. Tjewi uskat nishmagot tjigana hnoto de gut siuzen. De ship tjewi spedel magot. Maak ngapet smajen aimon chep motivia gomenje het khanot. Tjie de to mahat spedel medon. Maak tjie de to tsnosta yak. Chiwachun, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Extrêmement plaisir de me joindre à mes collègues aujourd'hui pour vous souhaiter la meilleure des bienvenues sur un territoire traditionnel non cédé. Extrêmement utile de rappeler ce protocole que nous devons exercer sur la nature du territoire sur lequel nous nous trouvons, parce que nous sommes dans un contexte politique ici où nous avons un gouvernement provincial qui tourne le dos à la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. Ce n'est pas le seul défi qui se présente à nous, mais en même temps, c'est un rappel important des défis qui méritent très certainement notre pleine solidarité, notre soutien mutuel. Et pour moi, c'est très clair que le thème de cette conférence cette semaine est plus qu'approprié. Et je pense que devant l'adversité, c'est là souvent que nous trouvons la force devant des défis qui peuvent paraître irréalistes et à certains égards insurmontables. Good morning, everyone. Certainly a pleasure to be hosting this 45th Annual General Assembly of the Assembly of First Nations. And I spoke in my original language, which is the Innu. I also spoke in French, not to please Premier Legault, but to serve it as a reminder to ourselves that we do and we have been conducting business in both official languages in this country, and probably serve it as a reminder to ourselves as well that French was not our language of choice as much as English wasn't yours either. So I think it's a reality that we have to mindful of, and I just serve this reminder in the most respectable fashion. So I will try to navigate through these three languages in the next few minutes. First, I would like to acknowledge the Eagle staff and the drum group for the opening this morning. Acknowledge veterans and the elders, members of the Tri-Council, and more specifically, greetings to our two new co-chairs of the National Youth Council. Véronique Picard, who is a member of the Huron-Wendat Nation, who is a co-lead on the National Youth Council and who is from Wendake, and Isaiah Bernard, who is from the Mi'kmaq Nation in Nova Scotia. So they certainly deserve our recognition as an assembly. I would like to acknowledge the leadership across the country, the delegates, both men and women, and our colleagues from the Executive National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse, her first annual General Assembly, and all of my colleagues from the Executive. It's an honor and privilege to be hosting you. In all my years as Regional Chief, I think this is the 5th time that our region has been honored with this duty of hosting our nations and delegates from across the country. At least 3 times in the last, I would say maybe 15, 20 years in this region alone. And recognizing and acknowledging that we are on First Nation ancestral unceded lands, it's important that we serve that reminder because we have a government in this province that turns its back to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And this is only one challenge among many challenges that we have. The theme of this 45th Annual General Assembly couldn't be more appropriate. And maybe I would like to share a couple of examples in how this theme could have its full meaning, not only this week, but in the weeks and months coming. Tomorrow in Ottawa, there will be a gathering of Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous allies to support the position of our Anishinaabe Algonquin chiefs in our region and in Ontario as well, fighting a decision that would see dumping of nuclear waste in the Kichisipi or Ottawa River. And there'll be a very strong demonstration or protest tomorrow in Ottawa, and certainly we need to support this position taken by our sister nations in this region. In all the years, I've been privileged to witness very key moments in the journey of the Assembly of First Nations, and maybe some more than others. We were before the Supreme Court back in February of this year. As many of you know, we've been challenged by this province here in Quebec on the right that we have, that we certainly can develop and implement our own laws regarding our children and families based on principles that have been adopted through the federal law C-92. It's been a 4-year journey, and back in February the 9th of February, the Supreme Court rendered a very important decision that puts us in the driver's seat and determine how we can best secure the future of our communities and, most importantly, our children. We've been really navigating against the current with this government, and this is only one example. And I think the point that I really need to make, the only one community in our region that has adopted its own law under C-92 is Opitchuan. The chief is here with us today, Jean-Claude McWish. Opitchuan is about a 12, 13-hour drive from Ottawa. On February the 9th, 50 to 75 of their members, women, men, young and old, and children, traveled from their community to witness this decision. They didn't know whether it was going to be positive or negative on our rights, but yet they were determined to be there. Once the decision was rendered, everybody was happy, and where we were at in Ottawa, women were playing drums, chanting, and the children were standing in support of their elders. I think it was a very key moment, and I think it really speaks to the responsibility that we have as a collective. On the issue of caribou, two nations came together, the Innu and the Cree. Caribou being an important relative to these two nations, and they've agreed for the past 2 years to sign on an agreement whereby they support the harvest and the conservation of our relative, the caribou, atik, as we call it in the Innu language. And what I feel is important to stress and highlight here is the fact that this agreement was strictly between two nations, the Innu and the Cree. There were no dotted lines for Canada, no dotted lines for Quebec. And to me, this is really a true nation-to-nation relationship. I think there again, it should serve as a reminder of the capacity that we have, the capacity that we should exercise to put ourselves at a level that we don't, that is not being acknowledged from governments. And to me, that's a very key message in the actions that we take as nations. And really, instead of having the onus to make that demonstration, that the onus should really rest at the feet of governments, Canada and all of the jurisdictions from the provinces and territories. So I didn't want to make it too long, but I think these messages were very important for me to share, and looking forward for the next 3 days, and looking forward to your support as nations. Thank you very much, Mr. Commandant.
Thank you, Chief Picard. Cedric introduced Chief Picard as a chief that you know well. Well, for those who don't know Chief Picard, the least we can say is that he's been regional chief for Quebec and Labrador for over 25 years. As he also mentioned, it is a bilingual assembly. Therefore, if you need a translation device, they are accessible, available at the back of the room, just next to the big black box over there. So if you don't understand French, we will also be speaking French as co-chairs, so you can get your device. And now I would like to introduce National Chief Woodhouse.
The theme of our assembly is strengthening our relations, and I think at this time I want to do something a little different. I'd like you to stand up, see your neighbor behind you, shake their hand, and welcome them as we strengthen our relations across this country with each other. Yeah. Well, thank you. That was good. I think after COVID, I think we realize how important it is to be together and to work with each other and to talk to each other. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Well, good morning. When we walked in this morning, I observed something really fascinating. We had Penelope, Jason, and Tiana, children, leading us in this morning. I didn't ask the little girl, Penelope, and she stood with me, and I'm so glad for her strength. And when I grew up in these circles, and I'll get to that a little more later, as a child, we should always have safe spaces for our children, that they're safe enough to be in these assemblies, that we're respectful enough to each other, that our children are in this space. And I'm happy that those young ones are here, because they're the ones, it's like a blink of an eye. I grew up, as a chief's daughter, and in the blink of an eye, you're standing here and you're having to make tough decisions and work with different levels of government. But before we get into that, Hanin, Buju, Tanse, Wache, Miigwech, Apachikajinandam, Akanakabijayanoma, Nungam. It's so thankful that you're all here. Greetings to everyone that's here. And we acknowledge and we hold up the drum, the Eagle staffs, and all the ceremonial items. Miigwech Cheyenne for your love, your prayers every single day. Miigwech to Eagle River Singers and Elder Kevin Deere for your opening prayer this morning and your teachings. We also acknowledge and we welcome all chiefs, council members, elders, proxies, and many of the ministers, lieutenant governors who are here with us today. And that leads me into the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec, Manon Jeanette. We are so proud of you, a First Nation woman as a Lieutenant Governor. We are proud of you. We also acknowledge the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, and the Mayor of Montreal, Valerie Plante. We also want to acknowledge newly elected Grand Chief Cody Diabo of Kahnawake Nation. Congratulations, Cody. Yeah, so Saturday was his election. Also, Regional Chief Ghislain Picard for welcoming us to your territory. Miigwech I've watched you since I was small. So I'm so thankful for your love, your kindness, and your guidance at our executive table. I also want to acknowledge the 43 First Nations located in Quebec and Labrador that represent 10 different nations: the Abenaki, the Algonquin, the Atikamekw, the Cree, the Huron-Wendat, the Maliseet, the Mi'kmaq, Innu, Mohawk, and the Naskapi. Miigwech, thank you for welcoming us to your place. Yeah. And welcome to this year's 45th Annual General Assembly for the Assembly of First Nations. This year's theme, Strengthening Our Relations, highlights the importance of our connections on multiple levels. Connection with our nations, connection to this country, connection with each other. It also means connecting with our families and our children. I want to thank my own family for their love and support. My children, Kyler, Colt, and Jade, for inspiring me to work hard every day for First Nations children. My partner, Curtis, for being such a good dad. I couldn't stand here today if I didn't have a good father for my children. And every day I know he's in the education system, and I never have to worry about my children because I have such a strong father for them, and I'm glad for that. And my mom for her love, I've seen her here, and her grace, her strength, and her prayers, and my dad for his love and his guidance, and for being such a great father. Thanks to my dad, I grew up as, he was always a chief, and it was always busy in our household, and we've seen how difficult it was in our First Nations communities, the poverty that has been inflicted on our people. His dad was a chief too. His dad's dad was a chief, and his great-great-grandfather was a chief who had signed Treaty Number 2 in 1871. And we hear stories through our people in our ceremonies of Chief Woodentent back in the 1700s and 1800s when they had worked together to make sure that we were communicating, even with the Crees, our allies, to protect ourselves and to make sure that we could be standing here today. And I thank my ancestors for their strength, for their determination, and my dad's teachings on treaty. We have the original treaty medallion from the Queen's representatives from the 1800s, and it's always a constant reminder to our family what treaty means, that treaty is forever, that our relationship, our inherent rights are forever. For as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. When I was 4, the Assembly of First Nations was a place that I went to with my parents, and then with the previous chief and the council. My dad was on council at the time. And we went to gatherings where there were important discussions on what the Indian Brotherhood meant, on what the Assembly of First Nations meant. Nobody could afford a plane ticket at that time, and we drove. People drove from their cars from all over this country so that they could be gathered like this. It probably wasn't as fancy as this. Nobody had air conditioning at that time. We were in tents outside. And it was standing room only. And without that teaching, I listened to many of you, and I've listened to many of your parents. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for that, for having me in those spaces without being surrounded with my parents. As well, I want to commend my mom and dad, because I know Dad had some health problems recently, but I want to say this. Miigwech for giving me an alcohol, drug-free, and violence-free home. Miigwech, miigwech. They'd also made sure that they gave me it wasn't the best education because we were on reserve and there was a lot of shortfalls on that, but they did the best that they could with what little we had to make sure that I tried to learn about this world, and I'm thankful for that, Nizagi. And that is something that we want for every child, every First Nations child. We need to go back to that and to be surrounded by our families, by our cultures, their traditions, and our languages. Vice Chief had just said, Regional Chief had just said, our languages, that our young people go back to that. The Assembly of First Nations, and here we're all like family too. So we're very glad you're all here. And sometimes we will have debates. We will have division or discussion, and that there are thousands of people. I want to also thank the thousands of people that are watching us, thousands of them streaming online at the moment. It is time to see the AFN, and it's nice to see the AFN alive and well again. The registration, it's still lined up. I don't think the AFN is going anywhere soon, and I think that we're stronger than ever together. Do we have things to work out? Absolutely. So we are optimistic. We're excited about our future. Through unity and respect, we will build strong bonds and create lasting impacts and build upon the vision of our nation's chiefs and elders who came before us. They wanted us to be in this together. We recognize our strength lies in the unity of First Nations. Our voice is more powerful when we stand together to advance our shared goals and rights. We recognize that chiefs are the cornerstone of this organization. This is your assembly, chiefs. This is not the staff's assembly. This is not my assembly. This is your assembly, and we cannot forget that. As the first mother to ever be sworn in as national chief, I've benefited from your vision, from sitting and listening to you, the wisdom of the elders from right across this country, the executive leadership, previous chiefs, previous national chiefs, listening to them, learning from them. That is why we must acknowledge the work of New Brunswick Regional Chief Joanna Bernard Miigwech for your support. And as interim national chief, she helped rebuild the AFN's foundation. It was not easy, but she took the task with strength and determination. So miigwech, Chief. Looking back over the past 7 months as your national chief, there's not been a day that we have stopped working for our children, each and every one of us. For too many years, we've been fighting to fix a broken child welfare system in the courts. And because of your unity in this fight for justice, we reached a historic turning point last year with the largest compensation settlement in the history of this country. We would like to thank the representative plaintiffs for their resilience through this process. They have been pillars of strength for the thousands of children and families who experience discrimination. And let's hold them up. Karen, Melissa, Ashley, Noah Buffalo Jackson, Carolyn Buffalo Richard, Xavier Mashum, Jeremy Mwasagi, Jonathan Mwasagi, and Zach Trout. We lift you all up if you can stand for a moment. If they're in the room somewhere. Thank you. Well, we were successful in working together, and all of us coming together in this assembly to be joint on one resolution on that and negotiating the largest settlement in Canadian history. There's still so much work to do. Over the past few weeks, we have secured a commitment from the Prime Minister for a formal apology in the House of Commons, and we look to you for direction on that, to start planning that, to find out what the best way is. And we need to have those discussions across the country. They're not easy discussions, but our people and families that have been impacted by the discrimination deserve that from all of us. We've received also federal court approval of a distribution protocol, which will allow for compensation to start rolling out later this year. In February, we celebrated a historic victory at the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of the Act respecting First Nations children and youth. Although we never want our laws and our traditional laws, we've never given up our right to our children. We don't want them in the Supreme Court. Sometimes things end up there. But it was a landmark ruling in our favor. And because of the Supreme Court has now acknowledged Canada's constitutional framework, which allows for pathways for First Nations inherent rights to be recognized, First Nations will no longer be hindered by unwilling provincial partners in the exercise of their inherent right, laws, and jurisdiction. This is a huge ruling. Yesterday, it's been a busy few weeks. And yesterday, we received a draft offer from the Government of Canada on this issue. Of course, we have compensation. This is now on long-term reform. We have to talk about Jordan's Principle down the way. But right now, we're talking about long-term reform. I'm happy for the compensation here. I think we're all able to discuss that and work that out. But we do have long-term reform. How do we fix these systems on our First Nations communities? How do we come together in a good way? And how do we balance all voices at the table to make sure we put that all in front of our chiefs? And while this offer is under settlement privilege, I can tell you today it's a very significant offer, chiefs. Your regional chiefs will have all the details of this offer. We met this morning. They know the number. You're able to talk about it within your caucuses privately from chief to chief. I know that because of settlement privilege, we're not able to disclose to you that number this morning. We wish we could. And it'll be up to you whether that proceeds or not. That is up to you, chiefs. It is a fair offer that will benefit the generations for our children. I believe it will. I think it's a fair offer. And let's never lose sight of what this is all about. It's about our children, about our future. The bottom line is First Nations families are best positioned to care for our own children. And this country has to take notice of that. And we can't take anything for granted. I know that we have this offer, but there's still a minority government in Ottawa. And once they begin to sit again, every day we don't know what the future holds. Like the elder had said before us, we don't know what tomorrow holds. That's why starting this month until mid-September, the Assembly of First Nations will host regional engagement sessions to discuss the details of this offer and hear your views and your recommendations. From there, we will host a special Chiefs Assembly in Winnipeg in September to deliberate and vote on this issue. And we are making sure that Canada is going to pay the bill for this meeting, including Chiefs' travel costs. Yeah, so at the end of it, you will have the final say. Nobody's going to have a final say except the First Nations themselves. Alongside our commitment to fight for Alongside our commitment to fight for children, we have been focused on preventing violence against First Nations women, girls, and gender diverse people. Last month was the 5th anniversary of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Women and Girls final report. In response, the Assembly of First Nations released an evaluation of progress towards the inquiry's 231 calls for justice. Regrettably, we can only find 2 calls that have been fully implemented. The majority showed little or no progress. This failure by provincial and federal governments is not acceptable to our people. I hope it's not acceptable to other Canadians either. Many of them are watching, and we ask that you stand with us. Substantive action is needed now more than ever to guarantee the safety for First Nations women, girls, and gender diverse people. That is why we have been calling on Canada and BC to end the RCMP's damaging efforts to destroy the Picton evidence. And we met with the RCMP Commissioner this weekend, and our regional chiefs across this table right here were united. Things need to get better in this country. Speaking for all chiefs in the room, we want to let families and advocates know that we will never stop fighting for you. The murders and violence have not stopped, and neither can any of us, neither can we. That is why we have not stopped lobbying the federal and provincial governments to search for our lost sisters in the Prairie Green landfill in Winnipeg. It is relief to see that families and can finally see some justice. We hold up the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Grand Chief Kathy Merrick, and our Anishinaabe Premier Wab Kinew, who led this process, and what a difference a Premier can make. Since being elected in December, we have made it a priority to meet with the Premiers. It's not something that probably every national chief has done in the past, but the reality is they hold political power in this country. Premier Kinew is showing that is true. There's real work to do to keep reconciliation moving forward in a good way. Excuse me. Excuse me. Unfortunately, 2 reports from Canada's Auditor General in March demonstrate how much work there is still to do with these First Ministers, particularly on First Nations policing and housing. On policing, the Auditor General identified a distressing and persistent pattern of failure in policing that contradicts the true spirit of reconciliation. All chiefs are struggling with this inaction, perhaps none more than the James Smith Cree Nation in Saskatchewan. In February, we traveled to be with chiefs and members of the First Nation that suffered through the worst mass stabbing in Canadian history. A report from Saskatchewan's coroner confirmed the status quo on policing is costing First Nations lives. The community's strength during the coroner's inquiry honored the innocent victims and inspired us to keep fighting for First Nations policing to be legislated as an essential service with equitable funding to effectively deliver these services to our people. We also want to have clear recognition of First Nations jurisdiction in this area. Chiefs of Quebec and Ontario are also leading the charge on the policing file, and I commend you. Let's also recognize Regional Chief Picard for his tireless work, and the new Grand Chief, Linda DeBossage of the Anishinaabe Nation, for her years of work on this file. Your leadership continues to guide us, and we look forward to hearing from the Public Safety Minister later today. The Auditor General also revealed similar problems with the government's First Nations housing program. She estimated 55,000 new homes are needed to address the current housing gap. In April, the Assembly of First Nations released a report regarding their commitment at the Government of Canada regarding their commitment to close the First Nations housing and infrastructure gap by 2030. The report estimates that $349 billion is needed to bring First Nations in line with other Canadian communities. This is a number ministers in Ottawa they don't want to hear, but we need to keep saying that number, $349 billion, until this gap is closed. They cannot ignore us. We have to keep working together. Unfortunately, the federal government failed to respond to their own report on this infrastructure gap in April's federal budget. While we saw some new investments, proposals for housing, policing, roads, water will not come close to meeting the demand. With regional chiefs, we met with federal ministers and opposition leaders to clarify various elements of the federal budget and plans to roll out funding, including the new National School Food Program. Last month, for the first time in 5 years, The Executive Committee participated in a First Nations Joint Priorities meeting with federal cabinet ministers to guide our work on these issues over the coming year. This will include following through with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, full implementation of UNDRIP, reform for the First Nations Child and Family Services Program, and Jordan's Principle. We will report progress at our next Assembly in December. The federal budget did include a commitment to provide a $5 billion loan guarantee program to significant First Nations projects. I also, in April, I want to recognize that we had met with Chief Shirlene Gale, the chair of the First Nations Major Projects Coalition, for the Coalition's 7th annual conference, hearing about the many tireless First Nations advocates for economic reconciliation. I also want to hold up Chief Gale for her work on that and for pushing the federal government to invest in our First Nations people. Since the budget, we have participated in forums with business leaders about economic reconciliation. Organized by the Bank of Canada, with other chiefs. We talked about principles to consider as we seek economic reconciliation together. First, we must decolonize the Canadian economy and make room for our First Nations economies. At no time were the local First Nations people considered as partners or employees in business. Poverty and the restraint of trade are centerpieces of the Indian Act. Doors were closed to our people, and our traditional gifts of intertribal trade and self-sufficiency were replaced with poverty and a lack of hope. Over the next decade, it is forecasted that $560 billion of projects, primarily in the resource sector, will be launched on the traditional lands of First Nations. To maximize these opportunities for First Nations people, these loan guarantees should be in the range of $100 billion to be meaningful, not $5 billion. Canada's economy will benefit in the decades to come with projects reaching in the trillions of dollars, but these projects will not advance without First Nations support, and that's the truth. Throughout my first 5 months as National Chief, we have made it clear that the Assembly of First Nations is prepared to work with any government, no matter the political party. First Nations priorities need to be Canada's priorities, and we are prepared to work with anyone who is aligned with our beliefs and our vision. We called for the withdrawal of Bill C-53, which continues to be a top priority for our nations. Chiefs are loud and clear about their concerns with Bill C-53, which fails to respect the perspectives and consultation requirements of First Nations it would affect. Bill C-53 must be withdrawn. Thank you. Bill C-53, yeah, it was a resolution that we had passed here, and the government has to take notice. Many of them are listening. Bill C-53 has to be withdrawn. Further, the Government of Canada must properly engage and consult with First Nations rights holders to ensure the potential effects of any similar legislation on First Nations inherent rights, treaty, and Section 35 rights are considered. We want to thank each of our federal partners for their time and interest here today. And the Prime Minister and his cabinet have been somewhat responsive to meeting us, and we're thankful for that. We're also thankful to the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, and Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, for attending this week. There are many memories from my first months as National Chiefs. But visiting your communities, Chiefs, our First Nations communities, is the most inspiring. This is where inspiration comes alive. I think of the buffalo roaming on Poundmaker First Nation in December, right after my election. My friend Blaine's here, and we went up there. The special headdress ceremony with the Blackfoot Confederacy people in January, Miigwech. The amazing celebration we had with Rama Chief Ted Williams, who's here in February. The First Nations Leader Summit for the International Day in March with Grand Chief Mandy Gulmasti. I haven't seen her yet, but the April visit with the Chief Polchis and his community, Miigwech for the invite. And even my flight home on Air Canada can't ruin that. And we made them change their policies for our people that they can't take our stuff anymore. Aviation. Yeah. Aviation in this country, take note. We can't keep having that year after year, month after month, that our people's things are disrespected. Every industry in this country needs to take note of that. My May visit to BC for the Nisga'a Nation in 2024 with their special assembly with their president, Eva Clayton. What a beautiful community you have. Miigwech for welcoming me to your territory. The Ottawa Press Conference with Anishinaabe Nation and the Mushkegowuk Council. You pushed for that, and you pushed in Ottawa. And it's too bad that you had to do that because you thought that was done many, many years ago. But you got your support, and you pushed hard enough that the federal government announced $1.2 billion just a few weeks later because of your advocacy. Congratulations. Last weekend, it's been such an honor being in our First Nations communities. And last weekend, I went to Couchiching Powwow in Treaty Number 3, where I met Cheyenne Vandermeer, a young woman that was elected in a traditional ceremony as the first female Deputy Grand Chief of Treaty Number 3. And I think of my home province of Manitoba, where construction is starting on the former Capion Barracks military base, a site that has officially converted to reserve lands and repatriated to the 7 Treaty 1 First Nations. We lift up Treaty 1 and their chiefs who are constructing Canada's largest urban First Nation economic zone. Congratulations. Yeah. So this is, yeah. This is the hope and the inspiration that we all see. That First Nations from coast to coast to coast are demonstrating that we can manage multi-billion-dollar projects, and we can look after our own, and we can do anything we want. The world is taking notice. This fearlessness was evident last month when we had the honor to spend time with our courageous First Nation veterans on Juno Beach for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. At this moment, I'd like to ask all of our veterans to rise, please, as we thank you. Years at Juno Beach, and one of our families showed up on the beach, and we were standing there, and they brought their uncle there and buried their uncle there while we were on the shores. It's a really touching moment, but remembering that First Nations, and I know D-Day didn't highlight it as much, and I told the feds and I told the communications people, I said, our people went there in high numbers, and we didn't have to. But First Nations enlisted more than any other group of people in this country to fight for this country. And we commend you and thank you. And our hearts, yeah. First Nations are also marking our work internationally in the fight for clean water, for climate change, and for human rights. And we lift up all the people doing this work. People like Wilton Littlechild, his 4 decades of work at the United Nations. Chief, I've seen that you were in Geneva, but we lift you up. This summer, all Canadians will cheer as well for First Nations athletes competing for gold against the world's best at the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Tune in. And we're going to do it again. Thanks to people like Dr. Wilton Littlechild in 2028 as our game of lacrosse returns to the Olympics. Can you imagine that? Finally. And we lift you up, Dr. Littlechild and many others that stood with you. And we see it in hockey. Based on the last 2 years, just to close off, the message to the NHL teams is this: if you want to win a Stanley Cup, you better have a First Nations player on your roster. Last year it was Zach Whitecloud. This year it was 6 Nations' own Brandon Montour making us proud. So I want to lift up those young players. There's so many of them coming through. And every year, every NHL team, you better have a First Nations kid on there, because you want to win the cup, we have people that are working hard. We see hope in communities that we visit. We see hope in this room. And I think back to how far we have come together, about what things were like when I started working for First Nations as a young person in these back rooms, working for many of our chiefs. 25 years ago, I remember sitting in a room, and I worked for regional chief at the time, and Phil Fontaine was national chief. And polls showed the low public opinion of what average Canadians thought of First Nations. Pollsters, I remember in that room, didn't want to even tell us the results of that. And we look at stuff like Maclean's magazine that described, I remember being the front page of it, and there was a woman on there, and they were describing Manitoba as the most racist province in Canada. And now we have a First Nations premier leading the way there. I'm so proud of him. And so we've come a long way together, and we believe that the future is bright. And as we look forward to the next federal election and how we will be engaged, we must recall last fall's historic election of Premier Canoe in Manitoba, which carries an important message to all political parties in this country. They're all listening here today, my friends. In the 2023 Manitoba election, the losing party campaigned against reconciliation. They opposed searching a landfill for missing First Nations women and suggested crime would rise if a First Nation premier was elected. People from all walks of life rejected that party. We thank Manitobans for that, but we thank Canadians, and that approach is wrong. So the message is that if you want to win in this country, you have to start lifting up First Nations. You can't put us in unwinnable seats anywhere if you want us to be part of your space. And you have to start embracing this national movement to reconciliation and not oppose it. With each day, more Canadians understand that First Nations success is Canada's success. I know we've been working our best to work with people across this country. We are witnessing a shift in our relations, and when we're all a part of it, we all have a role to play in that. So this week at this assembly, let's get the business done for the nations that we serve. Let's share our ideas, debate, have dialogue, but let's use this opportunity to reflect on our achievements and set the path forward. It's a privilege to me to serve alongside all of you. We have worked with honor and integrity to fulfill trust in this space, and we are making real difference for the future of all of our families and our children. And as the first mother to be elected as national chief, I believe that we carry a certain responsibility to nurture, teach, and learn from those that came before us. And we hold a vision for the future generations who will rely on our decisions today. So we must remain united and respect the diversity of ideas and the opinions of this floor in the boardrooms and in our First Nations. The strength of the Assembly of First Nations is in the strength of our diversity and our unity. Our foundations are strong and our history is stronger. If we are to prevail, we must remember our teachings and ceremony. There is much work ahead, but by strengthening our relations united, we can achieve anything. So miigwech, merci, boujou. Gigyaman minawa, mina.
Miigwech, National Chief. So, we are now at our honoring today. And for that, I will call on veteran Tim Olin to join us on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Masicho. We're going to do a little honoring of a very special gentleman. We'd also be remiss if we didn't honor his wife as well. I just kind of, as we're smudging the blanket, and just for the record, it's Olone, but that's okay, I'm just that's fine. So what we're going to be doing is our chair, the Veterans Council chair, Grand Chief Percy Joe, he's from BC, and Mr. Emile Highway from Saskatchewan are going to be coming on stage. Right now, of course, they're going to be smudging the blankets. I understand the blankets are gifts from Saskatchewan. I'm going to read a bit of General Paul's bio. People don't realize the history that General Paul has created. He is the highest rank to has ever been achieved by any Indigenous person, whether it be First Nation, Métis, or Inuit. And he's raised through the ranks to the Lieutenant Governor, well, maybe he will be Lieutenant Governor, Lieutenant General, which is a 3-star general. There's only one person higher than him, which is the CDS. Lieutenant General Paul was born and raised in Wendake. He's a member of the Huron-Wendat First Nations. He joined the military in 1991. He served, you know, when you get his bio from the military, it's just pages of the things that he's done, so we'll try and kind of narrow it down just a bit. He was the aide-de-camp to the Governor General back in the day, commander of the 2nd Battalion Royal Vendu Regiment, commander of the Canadian Training Centre, commander of the 4th Canadian Division at the Joint Task Force. And most recently, he was a deputy commander of the Allied Joint Forces Command in Naples, Italy. He also worked at the Privy Council office. He was awarded the Meritorious Service Cross for his Kandahar unit performance and the United States Legion of Merit Award for his service as deputy of the U.S. Security Coordinator in Jerusalem. He's also a United States Marine Corps Command Staff Sergeant, Staff College graduate, the United States Marine Corps School of Advanced Warfighting, and the Canadian Forces National Security Program. In 2022, he was appointed Commander of the Canadian Army. Like I said, that's the highest for any Indigenous person in military history in Canada. He was appointed. It's kind of funny because his bio says he is now a dedicated hunter and fisherman. Well, I think that's his inherent right? So it's obviously someone from the military wrote that. He's a dedicated hunter and fisherman. You know, as we were on stage, as we were standing off to the side, I could try not to get emotional because it's a bit of my journey as well. He was looking out amongst all of you, and he's like, I'm coming home. You know, he's been off for 37 years or so. And we were talking, and he said, you know, there is, because he's retiring on Friday, he's going to be doing a change of command parade. He's going to be honored in what they call a DOD, Depart with Dignity, and it's how the military honors their own. It's an informal way where some of his friends share stories, appropriate stories. And it's just a great way to honor. But we were talking, and he said, there is no greater honor than your own people honoring you. So this is really yeah. Our friends are going to join us on stage now. As he gets on stage, I asked him, I said, what's your single greatest moment in the military? He was uploading, and he said, as a battle group commander in Kandahar. So for any of those watched the news over the last 20 years, how many Canadian soldiers made the ultimate sacrifice And it's sad to say that there is no commander, did not lose any of their colleagues. He was saying, I was honored to have 1,200 soldiers under my command. We would be remiss because the commander would go off and do commander things. We would be remiss to not acknowledge the person that was at home. The same as at the TRC had a motto. This is for the children that were taken, but it was for the parents and the family that was left behind. We would be remiss if we didn't honor Lynn and her 2 children, William and Marie-Ève. So, Lynn, I hope you know that your commitment and service, not only to your husband, to the military family, has not gone unnoticed. At the Lieutenant Governor rank, you have a number of advisors. I want to acknowledge 2 of them that are right here, both of First Nations descent, Master Warrant Officer Quinn and Master Warrant Officer Brown. There is no greater honor than being honored by your own people. I'm humbled to be standing amongst heroes. Thank you very much, Masicho.
Thank you very much, veteran Tim Olon. And Tiawank, un grand félicitations au lieutenant général Jocelyn Paul. Félicitations, congratulations, Tiawank. Thank you. I will now invite at the podium for another honoring. I will now call on Regional Chief TG to the podium.
Masai, Daneza, Tsekoza, Skies, chiefs, hereditary chiefs, elders, youth, delegates, residential school survivors. I just want to thank Kevin Deere for his prayer and song, the Haudenosaunee people, and Grand Chief Cody Dabo for that welcoming. I want to thank and acknowledge my colleague, Regional Chief Jocelyn Picard, in his welcoming to this region of Quebec. And during my time as Regional Chief for the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, I've heard of what is going on here in Quebec. And I compare it to where I'm from British Columbia, where 51 years ago, Frank Calder, hereditary chief from the Nisga'a Nation, took the federal government to task in the Calder case, which proved that we have title to the land. I want to acknowledge all those other battles that we've had on the lands, not only in British Columbia, but also here in the Mohawk Territory, as we've seen many, many years ago in the Oka crisis. During that time, in British Columbia, we fought and continued to fight for our rightful place. Acknowledge my relatives in the court case of Delgugmuk Gastewe in Gitsan-Wet'suwet'en territory. And more recently, I acknowledge this year, June 26, the 10-year anniversary, 2014, what was proven in court at the highest level that title exists in the Tsilhqot'in court case. And as a part of this honoring, I thought it was necessary to have a Tsilhqot'in representative, Chief Roger William, whose name was on that court case, to honor the Haida today. And the honoring is with President Gagwis Jason Alsop, who has had a long time in Haida Gwaii politics, and also not only as president, but worked in Haida Gwaii for many years in the sector of tourism. And also William Jovanovich, Chief Councillor William Jovanovich from Skidegate will be honored here today in their work over the last several years, and even before that, in the recognition what they've always held for many, many years, for decades, of being Haida, of being what it means to be Haida Nation and Haida Gwaii. So the honoring today is their work that they've done. And the reason I mention many of these court cases is the fact that we don't live in courts. That despite the fact that we had many wins in British Columbia with these court cases, the judge always comes back, well, you have to arrange something else. You're going to have to arrange and negotiate your relationship with the provincial and federal governments. And that's the work that Chief Councillor Jovanovich and President Gagwis Jason Alsop have been doing with the province of British Columbia. I want to acknowledge the province of British Columbia for having the courage of not only passing 5 years ago the United Nations Declaration for Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act as a provincial act, but also for this arrangement on May 26th, or May 16th, I believe, of this year, is the Haida Act, the Raising the Tide Act, to bring us to this place, to the recognition of title in Haida Gwaii. This is monumental, this is groundbreaking, and this is the work that the Haida have been doing for many, many years. And these are the new arrangements that should be made with not only our First Nations peoples in British Columbia, but elsewhere. I understand and know that we have many different arrangements with historical treaties, modern treaties, but the Haida never gave up who they are, just as the Mohawk have never given up who they are. And the recognition of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples is exactly that, is the recognition of our human rights to govern ourselves. And the Quebec government should understand this, rather than challenging the First Nations of this region in the affairs of child welfare. As the First Nations Leadership Council, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the BC AFN, and the First Nations Summit, we intervene on the Assembly of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador's side in that reference case on child welfare. Rather than be adversaries, be our partners, negotiate, come to terms with what we've always proven as First Nations peoples, that we've never given up our inherent rights, title to our land and our affairs. That's the whole purpose of the recognition of the United Nations Declaration Act. That is federal laws now. So come to these rooms, our negotiations tables, and recognize that we can govern ourselves. Give us the resources that we need to really make these necessary arrangements, such as the child welfare, which is currently being discussed right now on long-term reform, and certainly hope that we can get it over the finish line. So with that, I just want to thank, I call upon Chief Roger William from Honeycoteen, who had that monumental case 10 years ago in June 26, 2014, and Chief Linda Price from Milgacho to help honor Chief Counselor William Jovanovic and Gagwis Jason Elsop, President of Haida Gwaii, and recognize their monumental arrangement that they have with the province of British Columbia, that what they get, they've never given up who they are as Haida people, and the recognition of title on Haida Gwaii. That exists now. We need more of this. Thank you, Masai.
Beautiful. Tiawank Eagle River Singers. Félicitations, congratulations to you, AIDA Nations, and maybe we can give them another round of applause because I think they own it. Yep. Merci beaucoup. Alors, nous sommes maintenant rendus à la prochaine partie de l'agenda. We are now at the next agenda item. For those that didn't take their translation headset, I'm sure you all did by now. And on that, I'm going to turn the floor over to my dear colleague, Cédric. Je vais donner la parole maintenant à Cédric pour deux sujets très importants pour la journée des motions qui seront passées. Alors, merci à toi, Cédric.
Thank you, Weena. Thank you to our drummers, the Evil River Singers, who are here helping us open up in a good way. So thank you for that energy that you've been bringing. To Lieutenant General Paul, Jason Lassop, and Billy Ivanovich, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for the work that you continue to do and the inspiration that you are for our young people and our not so young people. Before I get into the official business, I just want to say that we do have a really full agenda. I imagine you've seen it. It's in your packages. Looks something like this. So I just want to say take time to take care of yourselves too. We have coffee, we have water at the outside, and there's also washrooms on the left-hand side. If those are full, you can go downstairs. So just a bit of housekeeping before we get into the official business. As National Chief said in her speech, says, let's get the business done. And one of the ways we can do this is through the next two processes. And the first one would be to adopt the rules of procedures that you do find in the meeting materials in your conference booklet. So we won't be going over the entire thing since you guys already have access to this, but there's a few points that we did want to highlight. The first one being quorum. So quorum is going to be established when there's going to be 51% of those chiefs and proxies who are registered are going to be present in the assembly room. And this is directed by resolutions that have updated the process. We also have a few other rules that we find are important to remind you as chairs. One of them is the chief or proxy who presents a motion, the mover or seconder, have 4 minutes to speak to introduce their motion or the resolution. Those who come after will have 3 minutes. We'll remind you with gentle reminders here and there. You guys are pretty used to this. For a motion to be carried, it will take 60% of voting in favor for the motion to be carried. And if I could have our technical team put the codes of conduct up on the slides for our audience. We find it's important to mention the code of conduct. So again, you can find this in the last page of your booklet. There's the code and also the thing that you have all signed to be here, to be registered. This is our way of saying we can do this in a harmonious way, we can do this in a good way. And it's something that will remind you throughout the process. We can get into tense moments, we can get into discussions that sometimes are heated, but we want to do this in respect, and we'll be there to try to help remind you of this as we go forward. So, to officially adopt the rules of procedures that, again, you have in your meeting materials, we would need a motion, a mover, and a seconder. A motion that would read that the First Nations in Assembly move to adopt the rules of procedure for the AFN 45th Annual General Assembly held July 9th to 11th, 2024. So I would look to see, do we have a mover and seconder for our process? I believe we had Chief Joe and Chief Keith that were here may be present. To get this assembly started, we do need a mover and seconder for the rules and procedures. Guys, yeah. Co-chair peut pas. Un co-chair, ça n'a pas le droit de vote, c'est pas un chef. Can I go to microphone 1, please?
Hi there. Since no one's here, I'll make the motion to move this proxy for Chief Wilbert Marshall, Bulloo Lake First Nation.
So we have Isaiah Bernard, proxy for Chief Labilowa, and I have microphone 2.
Yerikshin Winwin and Jawan Squash Lease Bahan Cook Bevan Sletku. I'll second the motion. Chief Lease Bahan, Cowater Bahan, BC.
Thank you, Chief. So, I will look towards our assembly and see if there's any opposition to the motion that the First Nations in Assembly move to adopt the rules of procedure for the AFN 45th Annual General Assembly held July 9th to 11th, 2024. I will look to see if there is any opposition to the motion. We have microphone 2.
Maybe not in opposition. However, in December, we had changed the chief's time to speak to the resolution to 4 minutes. Now you're moving it back to 3. I'd like to know why. Why are you changing it back? And is this to approve the agenda as well?
So I will respond to the second question first. The agenda is going to be another motion after this.
Okay, so why are you changing it back to 3? Because many times the chiefs are speaking to a resolution and they get cut off. And last assembly, we changed it to 4 minutes. And I'd like to know why you're doing that.
Thank you, Chief Crowchild. Perfect. So after speaking with my co-chair, what we said is we went back to the regular rules that were established. However, these are rules and procedures that if you would propose to make an amendment to 4 minutes, we can then go towards our mover and seconder
So
to see
can
if
I
they
ask
agree.
the mover and the seconder to put it back to 4 minutes?
So we
Mover,
have...
seconds. Awesome, thank you. 4 minutes it is.
Thank you. Chief
Ooh,
Crowchild.
yeah, the steps in.
So I look towards our mover, proxy.
Yeah.
You agree with the amendment?
Yeah.
Perfect. So the new amended rules and procedures would give 4 minutes speaking times to all. Perfect. So I look towards the vote at this time. My first question is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, is there any who would like to abstain from the motion? Seeing none, then the rules of procedure motion that the First Nations in Assembly move to adopt the rules of procedure for the AFN 45th Annual General Assembly held July 9th to 11th, 2004 is adopted by consensus as amended. We are now getting to the agenda. Again, business as usual. So if I can have the technical team set the agenda up on the screen, we'll go through it rapidly. We went through with our opening protocol this morning, going through the adoption of the rules for the Assembly and the agenda. After this, we have the audited financial statements of both the AFN and the Future Generations Foundations that will be presented. We'll have the reports from our different councils, and we have 2 ministers here, as mentioned by National Chief, here to talk about different files. After this, we will go into lunch for day 1 and come back with 3 important resolutions. As stated in the rules of procedure, charter resolutions have to be brought to the Assembly first. So we'll start with 3 of those, go into one of our emergency resolutions, following with different organizational, and have one also for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We'll try to take a wellness break. We have a very packed agenda. And then we'll look towards a plenary at the end of the day to continue those talks that National Chief mentioned on long-term reform and compensation. For day 2, We'll have our sunrise pipe ceremony again at 7 a.m., different caucus rooms, and we'll go into a plenary on First Nations policing as well as the Indigenous Justice Strategy. We have a plenary on specific claims, another guest speaker, the Minister of Cernak, Crown Indigenous Relations, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and Special Advisor on Water. We then have a plenary on Bill C-61, the First Nations Clean Water Act, and in the afternoon we'll be having different resolutions on health, justice, rights, land, infrastructures, fisheries, environment. And finally, on our third day, we will have our sunrise pipe ceremony again in the morning, and we'll have our guest speakers as mentioned by National Chief. So we should be having maybe a third one join, we'll see. But for now, we have confirmed Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh, leaders of the Conservative Party and New Democratic Party. We'll finish our third day with resolutions again, resolutions on reconciliation, on social aspects, education, languages, the Chiefs Committee, and different support resolutions that were asked. Just as a note, this is the Assembly that has had the most on-time resolutions ever, so we do have a full agenda. So I will read, the draft agenda is done, and the motion would be that the First Nations in Assembly move to adopt the agenda for the 45th AFN Annual General Assembly held July 9th to 11th, 2024. I have to request a mover and seconder, and I think we have Chief Joe Muskokamim from Chippewas of the Thames that would be here, and Chief Keith Matthews. I don't know if you are present. I would go to microphone 1.
Yes, Kelsey Natchua Godri Thui Chuktwe, Chief Kelsey Jacko, Cold Lake First Nation. I just want to make a friendly amendment.
Before we get to that, we have to find a mover and seconder, so
okay.
We can come back to you in a bit.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Chief. Do we have a mover and seconder for?
Chief Joe Muskoka, Chippewa Thames First Nation moves the motion to adopt the 45th General Assembly agenda.
Thank you, Chief Muskoka. Do we have a seconder? Microphone 2.
Keith Matthew, proxy for the Nisconlith Indian Band. I'd like to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Cook Stump.
I'll look towards our mover and seconder. You guys do have some time to address the Assembly. Did the mover or seconder want to address the Assembly on the motion? Chief Joe, no. Chief Keith?
So what are you going to do now?
Would you like to address the Assembly to start? No? Then we will move on to discussion. So again, to microphone 1, please.
Yes, I'd like to make a friendly amendment since there's no regional chief for Alberta. I would like to get Resolution 35 struck from the agenda because, you know, when we talked about nation to nation, it should be truly met, you know, with, I'll call out Trudeau, you know. When you talk about treaty rights, come talk to us. You know, you don't speak for Cold Lake, you don't speak for the tribal trees, and matter of fact, you don't speak for Alberta. You know, we talk about charter change, you know, about voting, so that'll be looked at, but I'll speak on that. But I would like Resolution 35 being struck, because AFN is no signatory to treaty, so I would like to get it struck, if that's all right with you guys.
Thank you for the proposition. So just for clarification, Chiefs, the resolution that is mentioned, draft resolution 35, is the Chiefs Committee resolution that would happen Thursday afternoon. So I will look towards our mover and seconder to see if you accept the amendment or reject it. Chief Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would refer you to the previous rules of the Assembly which have been adopted. Rule number 26 says the provisional agenda of the Assembly and the rules of procedure of the AFN assemblies that will be applied must be adopted by motion at the beginning of day 1 of that Assembly prior to any other decisions. number 39, Chairman's responsibility. The chairman must decide any question of order that arises during the session, and doing so may consult with AFN legal counsel or whoever they feel is necessary to arrive at a decision. Rule number 40, the chairman must call upon to make a decision on procedural matters, such as whether to allow a type of motion or whether a vote should be taken by a show of hands or a secret ballot. I refer the chair to those three provisions of the adopted rules of the Assembly, and I would say to my friend that when Resolution 35 comes up, that request should be put forward at that time, and I leave it to the chair's discretion on how to manage it.
Thank you, Chief Joe. So what I understand is that the motion to amend and remove Resolution 35 is refused, and we will get to it once we get to it in the agenda. We can have those discussions at that point, let the Assembly decide.
A point of clarity, Mr. Chairman, I am not refusing it. I'm deferring it to the chair's decision as your authority to rule upon it when that topic comes up.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. So thank you, Chief Joe. So as you said, with the rules that are written 39 and 40, we will respect the spirit of your message and decide to move on from this proposed amendment and allow for that discussion to happen on Thursday afternoon for draft resolution 35. I have microphone 1 for...
Yeah, unfortunately, I'll be gone Thursday, and I'm scared this bill will go to omnibus bill and the executive will deal with it. And as I said earlier, Alberta doesn't have a regional chief, and the executive shouldn't be stepping over the chiefs. So if you can move this up in the agenda, that'll be really great. You know, my annual treaty days is this weekend. You guys are all invited, but unfortunately, I got to be there. So if you can move it up in the agenda, I won't be here on Thursday. You know, I really like to hear Jasmine, and I hope Mr. Polyev is true to his word to end First Nations poverty. So I'll hold him to that, but thank you.
Thank you. Seeing also that our microphones are pretty filled, I'm going to close the speakers list at this point, and I'll go to microphone 2, Regina Kochal.
Oh, good morning again. You know, we are looking at the agenda. We are approving the agenda today. A request is made that it be struck off the agenda. To me, it falls within the guidelines of the rules of procedure. It does. And I'm going to tell you this. The National Chief, in her opening remarks, made reference to Canada listening to the rights holders. We are the rights holders of our treaties. So we expect Canada to do that. Why can't we expect ourselves to do that? You can't tell Canada to do one thing and we do something else. And the other thing is, so if you're not going to respect that, then I certainly ask that it come back to the floor before Thursday. We are the rights holders. So Tsuut'ina Nation notified AFN that they do not speak to our treaty and our inherent rights. But that is always overlooked, and and our consent is manipulated through this melting pot process, and that is not right. We have the authority, not AFN. You were not in attendance at our treaty making, so you got to respect us. So again, if you're not going to change it, put it to Wednesday, so that when our peoples are here. This is a Chiefs' Assembly. It doesn't just belong to certain chiefs. You guys are putting us in danger of extinguishing our treaty in like the same way that Canada is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Crowchild. I will look towards microphone number 1, if you can tell us your name and which community you're from.
Thank you. My name is Sheldon Sunshine. I'm the Chief of Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation in what is now known as Alberta. I was here last December, spoke to Resolution 13, which this Resolution 35 is pretty much the same thing. And I echo my colleague Chief Jacko's sentiments when we wanted this removed, and I also with Proxy Chief Regina Crowchild. If we can't have it removed, then let's move it up so that we can discuss it. We all know that on Thursday, there's probably going to be a third of our people here. So if we want to talk about really treaty, we should, I think my colleague, Chief Ramona Horseman or was it Kelsey Jacko, said last time, come talk to us. We're the rights holders, and I echo Proxy Chief Regina Crowchild in that sentiment. So I think it's very important that this discussion happen with the rights holders. Like I agree, like the AFN is not a rights holder, it is a corporation. So I think I'll leave it there, and those are my sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So what I'm understanding is that there's a request to move then or draft resolution 35 to Wednesday. So I would look towards our mover and seconder to see if you agree with this change of moving resolution 35, which was originally on Thursday afternoon, to Wednesday. And I would look towards our resolutions team to see where we could insert the resolution if the motion is amended. Chief Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I recall correctly, on our opening, we were asked to be respectful. I will accept that recommendation.
Thank you, Chief Joe. Perfect. So I will work with the resolutions team and my co-chairs to find an appropriate moment for this, but the proposed amendment is to add agenda or draft resolution 35 to the agenda on Wednesday and has been accepted. I'll then move over to microphone 2.
Nanaska kutawino, nanaska kigawino. First, I'd like to thank the Creator. Secondly, I'd like to thank all mothers, including Mother Earth. Resolution 35 was Resolution 13 in December. I share the same exact and express the same exact emotions that I had then. I expressed the exact same, I won't even say emotions, like this is protecting our people. My ancestors signed Treaty Number 8. Nobody else signed for Treaty Number 8 that made the motion and seconded the motion to develop a Chief's table to develop a terms of reference for Treaty Number 8. Again, I heard Chief Sunshine, Chief Jacko say come to our nations and to discuss terms of reference with us individually. It's not that hard. There's about 161 treaty nations from 1 to 11, pre-Confederation treaties. Again, I'm not entirely sure how many pre-Confederation treaties there are. Be very mindful that, in my opinion, and the opinion of my people, as this is actually a motion of genocide towards Treaty Number 8 and Horse Lake First Nation. There will be legal challenges if this does not come off of the agenda, and that we quit speaking on somebody developing terms of reference, especially for Horse Lake First Nation. and for Treaty number 8. I can't speak to Treaties 1 to 11 except specifically to Treaty number 8 because that is where I'm from. My ancestors signed Treaty number 8 to ensure that we are still here. If you want to develop a terms of reference, then there should be a table, will be a table at the Treaty 8 level, and because we are our own government. And again, there's a mover and a seconder for number 35. This could be made so simple. Take your names off that resolution and no more speaking about developing a terms of reference for Horse Lake First Nation and for Treaties 1 to 11, if I can go far out and say that. Again, legal, there will be legal challenges, and we will come after anybody who feels that they are better than Treaties number 8 and the other treaties. But thank you. Okay?
Thank you. Your comment is noted. Microphone 1, we had closed the speakers list. Seeing as you are the final one.
Good morning. It's nice to be back in Hochelaga. Chief Wilfred King, Kias, Zaging, and Anishinaabe, Gulbe First Nation. Our community is a signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty of 1850. Just a point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if that was a friendly amendment. I don't think it was a friendly amendment, so I think we should get some clarification on that. There appears to be some dispute whether or not it's a friendly amendment or not. The issue of treaties, we talked about, I'm the seconder, I'm not the mover of the treaty, but I'm not sure if the mover's here today. I don't have a problem with bringing the resolution forward to Wednesday. I'm okay with that, as long as the mover's okay with that. I make every effort to come to AFN assemblies. In fact, I booked the whole 3 days off so I could be here. I'm just as busy as any chief of your community, and often you have a lot of business at home to attend to, but I make it known and important that I'm here for the full 3 days in the event that resolutions need passing. And I'm often one of the only chiefs that are sitting here at the end of the day. Most of the chiefs have gone home on Thursday morning. So I think it's important that if you're elected by your community as a chief, you should try to make the effort to stay here for the full 3 days because resolutions are so important. I think that, I don't know what's happening with the Alberta region in terms of them not having a regional chief, but I don't think that's not an excuse for resolutions to be entertained. The resolution in question, I think it's important enough to be at least debated. And if it's defeated on the floor, I have no qualms about it being defeated on the floor, but there at least should be some discussion on it before it's even rejected. So I'm willing to allow it to be entertained on the third day, but there should be some discussion and debate because right now our treaty rights are being extinguished in Ontario in regard to the mining system. The MLAS system in Ontario is basically extinguishing our rights, whether we like it or not, and there's nothing we can do about it. If you want to do something about your rights, that's the constitutional challenge that we have to make. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief King. So a point of order was raised on the question, so I will speak with my co-chairs and get back on the point. All right. So the point of order that was raised was to question if there was an actual amendment, a friendly amendment that was proposed with regards to the discussions that had happened at the microphones by our speakers We do believe that it was an amendment that was made, being asked to move DR35 to day 2, which was accepted by our mover, Chief Joe, Ms. Kokeman. So we will maintain the decision as is. I will now move towards our voting period to adopt the motion, the amended motion, that the First Nations Assembly move to adopt the agenda for the AFN 45th Annual General Assembly held July 9th to 11th, 2024. Is there any opposition? As amended, absolutely, as amended. So we do have opposition that was raised. Do we have anyone who wishes to abstain from the motion? Seeing none, and seeing only a single opposition, the motion is adopted as amended. We will now move on to our next item in the agenda, and I will turn to my co-chair, Weena.
Congratulations to you all, the first 2 motions of the day. So let's get into business. And for that, we have minister's guest at 11:30 sharp. So what we will we propose to do is to first invite our guests for the audited financial statements, both for the AFN and for the Future Generations Foundation, formerly NIB Trust. And we will need to be finished in 21 minutes to be ready for our guests at 11:30. On that, I will now call up on the stage, first for the AFN audited financial statements. I will now call upon Guillaume Côté-Provencher, AFN CFO, as well as Anne-Marie Etier, Deloitte, to present the audited financial statements. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Elders, National Chief, Regional Chiefs, and all, Kwe, bonjour, good morning. My name is Anne-Marie Etier. Je me nomme Anne-Marie Etier. Je suis originaire de la Première Nation Kitigan-Zibi Anishinaabe et je suis également une associée en audit chez Deloitte. Deloitte performed the audit of the financial statements of the AFN as at March 31st, 2024. We have met with the executive of the AFN to discuss the scope and results of our audit. In accordance with Canadian auditing standards, our audit is designed to enable us to express an opinion on the fairness of the presentation of the AFN's annual financial statements, prepared in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. No restrictions have been placed on the scope of our audit. In performing the audit, we were giving full and complete access to the accounting records, supporting documentation, and other information requested. I also confirm that we are independent of the AFN. As the financial statements were approved by the executive, we have issued an unmodified auditor's report on the financial statements of the AFN for the year ended March 31st, 2024. In our opinion, the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the AFN as at March 31st, 2024, and the results of its operation and its cash flow for the year then ended, in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. We have shared all the information necessary with the Executive Committee and management earlier this week. If you have any questions, they will address them. Miigwech.
Merci beaucoup, Anne-Marie, and thank you very much to Deloitte for being a partner to the AFN for so many years and for another great audit for us this year. I'm Guillaume, CFO for the AFN, and I'll just go through some key financial highlights for fiscal year 2024 for you this morning. The AFN ends fiscal year 2024 in a good financial position. Up on the screen, you can see the income statement for the AFN for the period ending March 31st, 2024. For that period, the AFN recognized $55.9 million of revenue, which is a 6% increase versus prior year, or $3.1 million. The majority of the revenue comes from funding contributions. We have many funding partners, ISK and CERNAC being our largest, accounting for roughly 77% of funding recognized in FY24. The balance of revenue recognized by the AFN in fiscal 24 relates to activities such as trade shows. For the same period, the organization also recognized $54.9 million worth of expenses, again, a 6% increase versus prior year, which is consistent with the funding that we've recognized over that period. Most of the expenses are tied to policy activities. That's close to 85% of total AFN expenses, going for policy support. Those activities are spread across our 4 branches: social, EDI, ELW, and rights and justice. Social being our largest. Moving to the balance sheet, or the statement of financial position, the AFN ended fiscal year 24 with $49.4 million in assets, most of which are current assets, 91%. The AFN ended the year with $32 million in cash on hand. Most of it is tied to deferred contributions, which represents $26 million. The AFN also had just about $8.9 million worth of receivable at year end. In terms of liabilities, the AFN does not carry any long-term debt, and most of the AFN's liabilities at year end relate to deferred contributions. That is, monies that the AFN has received, but for which we did not recognize any expenses against it. The other large bucket for liabilities is the payable, which again, we ended the year with $8.9 million worth of payables, just in line with our receivables. Those are the key highlights for fiscal year 2024 for the AFN. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Alors, nous avons maintenant 14 minutes pour passer à la deuxième partie de la présentation des états financiers vérifiés. Et pour ce faire, je vais demander à Future Generations Foundation, Fondation des générations à venir, c'est le nouveau nom pour cette organisation, alors qui s'appelait avant NIB Trust. Pour cela, je vais donc maintenant inviter Askan Siwi à venir au microphone et il sera accompagné de d'autres personnes qu'il pourra présenter. Alors, merci. Askan, à toi.
Hi, everyone. I'm very glad to be with you this morning. Is it still morning? Yeah. My name is Askan Siwi. I am a member of the Huron-Wendat Nation on my father's side. I am an Innu of Matimekosh-Lac-John on my mother's side. I am also the father of 3 Indigenous children, and I believe deeply in our capacities for autonomy and self-governance. I'm also Wina's cousin. Au niveau académique, je suis un CPA. Je suis titulaire aussi d'une maîtrise en finance. Depuis 20 ans, je suis directeur général de Investissement Premières Nations du Québec, un fonds d'investissement dédié aux entreprises autochtones du Québec. For the last 6 years, I have the honor to serve as a trustee within the Future Generations Foundation, as the Quebec representative. And today I'm very honored to introduce you to the presentation of our 2023-2024 annual report of our foundation. Before going further, I would like to acknowledge the presence of important people here in this room. J'aimerais souligner la présence de personnalités importantes ici dans la salle. Tout d'abord, mon chef régional, Ghislain Picard, qui m'a attitré à titre de trustee sur la fondation. Merci, Ghislain. Tous les autres chefs régionaux ici dans la place, dans la salle, merci beaucoup. J'aimerais aussi souligner les chefs du Québec qui sont présents, avec qui j'ai l'honneur de travailler sur une base quotidienne, on dirait, sur le terrain, à avancer notre développement économique. Et aussi tous les autres chefs du Canada qui se sont déplacés aujourd'hui en personne pour participer à cette importante réunion. Évidemment, nos elders qui sont dans la salle et aussi notre chef national, Mme Cindy Woodhouse. Merci à vous tous, les élus, pour votre engagement pour protéger les intérêts supérieurs de nos nations. I would like also to a special mention to our trustees here in this room with us this morning. We have Chief Linda Price, who sits with us as a trustee for the province of British Columbia. Chief Price, I saw you. Hi, Chief Price. Nice to see you again. Always an honor to meet you. Monsieur Jerry McKay, a young and brilliant lawyer from Winnipeg and the trustee of the province of Manitoba, is in the room. And Miss Jasmine Perry, trustee of New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. Here are a few key indicators of our foundation that talks for themselves. The foundation is $265 million of asset under management. It's $36 million of investment income returns for the 12 months period ending March 31st of 2024. It's nearly $10 million last year that was awarded to 87 organizations across our country providing cultural, language, and healing education program. And finally, it's also $6 million that was awarded to over 1,300 individuals for scholarship, bursaries, and awards. I would like now to introduce Mrs. Naomi Rassett, our Executive Director, and Mrs. Lily G., our Finance Manager, who will present to you in more details the 2023-2024 annual report of our Future Generations Foundation. I would like to thank you all. Anna, have a nice day. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Just the technicians, can you please put up the, thank you so very much. Edwina, the green button? Okay. Thank you, Haskan. It's always a pleasure to have you and for starting us in a good way. Good day to all the elders, the chiefs, guests, and youth that are in the assembly. I am a Cree Métis from Treaty 4. I'm really proud of who I am and all that my family has taught me. I want to thank our AGA relatives for welcoming us to the territory. Nyawan. Some of you will remember us as NIB Trust, and for those new to the Assembly, I want to introduce the Future Generations Foundation. I thank the Chiefs in Assembly for your resolution and support in making this name change. It really represents our very two important mandates, and that is to continue to honor survivors and their legacy, but also to really support what we're here to do, and that's the future generations. Although our name has changed, our mandate and objectives remain the same. So now I'll tell you a little bit about us. We were started in 1975 by a group of visionaries. We are a charity and a trust, and a charity is important to remember. In 2015, the residual funds from the Indian Residential School were awarded to us to administer and to oversee. There are strict rules on these terms and conditions, and the board oversees this to make sure that we follow those rules at all moments. Since the beginning, the transfer from Canada has been $229 million to date. So this year is all our trustees. You've met Haskan earlier. They lead the foundation. They ensure we're supporting as many eligible beneficiaries as possible. They provide strong governance and oversight, ensure the objectives of our charitable mandate. They overview the assets and investments of the trust, and they ensure transparency and accountability. The board has 7 strategic priorities. These 7 are our guiding star. They keep the foundation on the right path. The board is committed to keeping on these priorities. It supports how we emit resources effectively, ensure the time, money, and efforts are invested in the right places. Wait, I think I may have skipped a slide. I did, so there we go, we're going back. So the foundation emits funds in 3 ways. We do it through 3 different programs. Our first program is called the Continuing Our Journey program, and this program is a granting program to support the work around unmarked burials and missing children. The board has planned to grant $12.5 million for this program over these next years. To date, we have granted $1.8 million to 11 projects across Turtle Island. I encourage you, if your community is doing this work and you need support, please reach out. We're very happy to help, and we really are here to support in this work. It's really important for us. The second way we grant funds is to organizations, charities, and qualified donees. This year, the foundation awarded 87 organizations a total of $9.8 million. This included $9.2 million to First Nations organizations and communities. I encourage you all to go to our website. It has a full list of all the organizations, communities that have been granted, their projects, and the amount of funds. Everything is transparent and always open and available on our website. This next one just is the high level of the programs that we granted to. So you'll see that 35% of our funding is granted to culture and language, 39% to healing, and 14% to education and employment. The third and final program that we grant to is to individuals for their education goals. When I say education, it doesn't just mean post-secondary, it means on-the-land education, it means traditional skills and craft education. We really have a broad range of what education means for us. Although there's been really a lot of success in granting $5.9 million to 1,194 survivors, you'll see that 50% of the applications we receive go unanswered. And this is due to the limitations on granting from the Indian Residential School. So I encourage you, again, if you have individuals that are going to school, learning, getting their traditional skills back, their language, and they need some support, reach out to the Future Generations Foundation. We really want to help as much as we can. And again, this is the type of granting that we did. So 66% of funding went to the university post-secondary education, and 34% went to the learning and development programs, including the culture, the craft, the language skills, on the land skills, and as well as the trades. So earlier I mentioned that we were 57% short to fill the gap on all the applications we received. So we've started a campaign to raise funds. This year we granted about $1.8 million extra from donations to students and to organizations to help them with their programming. And I guess on the sort of high-level last piece that I will give is, I'll give you the overall. So over the last 9 years, the foundation has granted $86.5 million from the URSA settlement to beneficiaries. It has shown investment returns of about $131 million, and it has kept its administration costs to below $11 million. So I will now turn it over to my colleague Lily, who will provide the details of our 2023-2024 financial statements, investment returns, and year-end fund balances.
Thank you, Naomi. So next we have a quick update for the financial performance and the investment update for the Future Generations Foundation. So our total fund balance stood at $263 million at the year end. We achieved a total investment income of $36.51 million. Our distributions to beneficiaries amounted to $14.49 million, and we kept our administration expenses at $2.62 million. And the ERSA fund contributed $1.76 million, representing 13.91% of the total amount paid to our beneficiaries. Moving on to the next slide, the foundation achieved a positive return on investment of 15.5%, outperforming the benchmark by 1%. Here are some key points about our funds. We have a spending policy to deplete the education fund by 2035. Each year, 40% of the investment income is added to the legacy fund, securing future beneficiary disbursements beyond the 2035. The Métis Fund will be fully expanded by the end of 2026, fulfilling the obligations under the ERSA agreement. And for more information about the Future Generations Foundation, we really encourage you to visit our website, where you can find the full reports for our annual report and audited financial statements. These are also included in your meeting package. Thank you so much.
It's all you. Say two.
Thank you very, very much. Merci beaucoup, Askan, Naomi et votre collègue Élie. Merci beaucoup. Pendant que vous prenez le chemin vers la sortie du stage, je reconnais qu'il y a un chef au microphone numéro 1. If I can ask you to be maybe very brief, because we are our guests at 11:30, Minister, and it's 29. So microphone number 1, and then I'll pass the mic to my colleague, Cedric. So over microphone number 1.
Good morning, Chief Wilfred King, Kiastagi, Anishinaabe, Gulbe First Nation. I want to know what happened in terms of the audited financial statements. I left to go to the washroom, and I shouldn't have left, but normally we would adopt those audit statements. I just need a clarification on that. Why did that happen? And some of the chiefs had asked me to ask that question as well. They weren't sure on that process.
Thank you, Chief King. A very important question, and thank you for asking that. So financial statements from the last 10 years are posted on the AFN website. This is something I wanted you to know, so a quick reminder of that. And the other part of your question is related to the adoption. In an assembly, the rules are that financial statements are adopted by the executive and presented during the assembly. That's what has been done, and this is conform to the rules, and we always did that. It's the rule to follow, and it's related to the rules of an assembly. Yeah. So I hope this answers your question.
Madam Chair, I've been coming to these meetings for 20 years, and I recall resolutions by the members to accept the audited financial statements. Moved, second, and then voted on.
Thank you, microphone number 1. Thank you, Chief King. On that, I will now turn the floor over to my colleague Cedric for the next item on the agenda. Merci beaucoup. À toi, Cédric.
Hello again, everybody. So the next point on our agenda are 2 guest speakers. We have with us Minister Arif Irani, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, who will then be joined by Minister Dominique Leblanc, who is Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions, and Intergovernmental Affairs. How we're going to work is each will speak for 5 minutes at the podium, and once that's done, we'll have a 20-minute period for questions. So once their presentations are done, we will turn to you and you can ask questions to either of our guests. But without further ado, I would look towards Minister Virani and invite you to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Kwe, hello, bonjour. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. C'est un grand honneur d'être ici à Montréal, un endroit qui a longtemps servi de lieu de rencontre et d'échange entre les nations. It is indeed a great honor to be with you today here in Jojage, in Montreal, situated on the traditional territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among many First Nations. I want to thank the woman immediately on my left, on your right, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepanak, for the invitation to speak with all of you here today in person. I also want to acknowledge all of the chiefs, knowledge keepers, elders, youth representatives, and other distinguished attendees who are here today, both on the dais with me and immediately in front of me. I had the pleasure of speaking with some of you during the permanent bilateral mechanism meeting of the AFN leaders and federal cabinet ministers just last month. This process is a very important priority for our government. Working directly with you, Indigenous leaders and partners, was a commitment we made when we came into office first in 2015. The ongoing dialogue is an essential part of our broader work around nation rebuilding and reconciliation. That work includes ensuring that the rights of First Nations and all Indigenous peoples are upheld, recognized, and respected, and that Indigenous legal traditions thrive and coexist alongside Canadian law. Nous sommes également déterminés à favoriser l'autodétermination et l'autonomie gouvernementale des peuples autochtones, notamment en prenant des mesures sur des priorités communes et en promouvant les droits et les intérêts des Premières Nations. Today, I want to reflect on how much we have accomplished together, as well as talk about the work still yet to come, particularly related to the UN Declaration Act Action Plan, so the UNDA Action Plan, as well as the Indigenous Justice Strategy. So let me start first with the UNDA Action Plan. I can say to you that we would not have an action plan without the legislation that was first passed by Parliament, the first Parliament that I sat in, the 42nd Parliament. When we passed this, we committed to implementing the UN Declaration, and we worked together with you in this room, to pass the law that brought us to where we are today. The UN Declaration Act reflects your priorities, which you communicated to all of us in Ottawa. Important steps have been taken on our joint work to implement the UNDA Action Plan. Throughout the process, we have worked with Indigenous partners to ensure accountability and transparency in how we collectively implement UNDA and the action plan itself. And First Nations, including all of you, have made their priorities clear, and we are working with you to incorporate them. Your guidance to me and to my fellow cabinet ministers has been invaluable. In particular, the newly established AFN Chiefs Committee on the UN Declaration will be a strong and very compelling voice as we work to align Canada's laws and policies with the UN Declaration. We are also working bilaterally with First Nations, governments, and representative organizations at the regional and community level, ensuring their priorities are equally represented in this effort. And we continue to benefit from the tremendous leadership of Regional Chief Terry Teegee. Chief Teegee, I'm not sure where he is right now, but well, he's walking up, right, just on cue. I wanted to thank you, Terry, for your leadership and your experience in implementing the UN Declaration in British Columbia. Thanks. I feel like we're on sort of a 2-week cycle now, me and Terry, because I saw him at the PBM. I saw him when we were out in Chilcotin territory celebrating a very important landmark Supreme Court of Canada ruling giving the Chilcotin title to their lands. And I'm seeing him again. So I guess I'll see you in about the end of July, based on our schedule right now, Terry. But what I can say about Regional Chief Teegee is that we've learned so much from his work and the work collectively that he represents, so that we can advance collectively at the federal level. Last year's release of the UNDA Action Plan was a key milestone in our journey together. The UNDA Action Plan is a result of a significant consultation and significant cooperation with First Nations and other Indigenous peoples from across Canada. It sets out a distinctions-based roadmap of actions to implement the UN Declaration. Implementing the action plan's 181 measures, which include a number of shared priorities along with those specific to First Nations, is key to advancing Indigenous peoples' rights to self-determination and all of the rights and principles set out in the UN Declaration. Our government remains fully committed to working in consultation and cooperation with First Nations rights holders and representative organizations to ensure that the UN Declaration, the UNDA, and the Action Plan are fully implemented here in Canada. What I can say is that we are making progress, as the UNDA annual report suggests, but I'm not blind to the fact that we have plenty of work in front of us. The National Chief reminds me of that all of the time. We want to be the government that continues that work in partnership with you. And I know you would like things to be moving more quickly and have the work to implement UNDA and the action plan more supported. I want to find solutions, and I'm committed to finding solutions together with all of you. I'm confident we're moving in the right direction. I want to acknowledge the work of the Chiefs Committee on UNDRIP, as well as the joint work being done by AFN, Justice Canada, UNDA Working Group, so the joint working group that we have struck. I want to turn to the Action Plan's Shared Priorities Measure 28. And that provision, Shared Priority Measure 28, deals with developing an Indigenous justice strategy. I know that the Indigenous justice strategy has been a priority of the AFN for a very long time. We need a proper response to the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system, both as offenders and as victims. We have heard your calls, the calls throughout this room and right across the country about the need to address overrepresentation. The Indigenous justice strategy is to provide a framework for concrete action to address systemic discrimination, systemic racism, and the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in our justice system. The strategy must accurately reflect the distinct needs and priorities of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis right across the country. That is why we've been working to balance the need for urgency with the need to take appropriate time to ensure the strategy is properly co-developed. We heard you when you called on us to ensure co-development of the strategy. We revised the mandate of the Indigenous Justice Strategy to make this happen. It must match your ambitions and it must match your priorities. And with the renewed federal funding included in the recent budget, more than $25 million over the next 3 years, we are ready for the next phase. That involves consultation and cooperation with Indigenous partners, as well as with provinces and territories on what we call the Key Elements Consultation Draft. We need to get this work done quickly. I think you will all understand why. The runway for implementation is getting shorter. Time is not our ally. My goal is to finalize and deliver the IJS later this year in 2024, so we can start to implement the Indigenous Justice Strategy in 2025. I would also note here that our budget of this year, the 2024 budget, includes immediate investments in the Indigenous Justice Program and the Indigenous Court Worker Program, as well as funding to support, and this is important, the revitalization of Indigenous laws, justice systems, and legal traditions, something that I've heard about from many of you literally across the country. Nous sommes déterminés à appuyer ces programmes alors que nous continuons à finaliser la stratégie et sa vision de la réforme des lois, des politiques et des programmes dans plusieurs domaines. I want to turn now to First Nations laws. I also hear regularly about the need for us to work together, as well as with provinces and territories, to address serious challenges in First Nations communities. These are challenges that touch on areas of my responsibility, as well as my colleagues, the Minister of Public Safety, Crown Indigenous Relations, and Indigenous Services. I'm encouraged by the tripartite work we're doing with First Nations in several provinces and territories, including in relation to the enforcement of First Nations laws. We can only succeed when we collaborate among federal, provincial, and Indigenous governments. We have good evidence of how this can work in practice, with the innovative approaches to enforcement and prosecution of First Nations laws and bylaws that are currently being piloted in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario, for example. And I know my colleague Dominic LeBlanc, who is just to my right, to your left, will be addressing these important public safety considerations when he speaks to you momentarily. I also want to acknowledge the continuing work under the tripartite MOU between the Government of Canada, the BC Government, and the BC First Nations Justice Council, as well as the Ontario Tripartite Table. I look forward to collaborating with the newly elected Ontario Regional Chief, Abram Benedict, on this important work, as I am also an Ontarian in the Parliament of Canada. I expect that all of this work will feed into Canada's Indigenous justice strategy, creating a shared vision and a durable framework for a fairer justice system in this country. I want to address now the independent special interlocutor. This is the work of Kimberly Murray, acknowledging the tremendous ongoing work that Kim Murray has been doing as the independent special interlocutor for missing children and unmarked graves and burial sites associated with Indian residential schools. Ms. Murray and her office have put survivors and their families at the center of their work, as it must be, and we are grateful for the dedication of all involved. I want to acknowledge the grief and the pain that this sacred work entails, as well as the courage and the resilience of those that are undertaking it. The Special Interlocutor's recently released historical report, Sites of Truth, Sites of Conscience, reminds us of how painful and necessary this work is. We must not and cannot ever deny or forget what happened. We've recently extended Ms. Kimberly Murray's mandate into the fall of this year so that she has the time to complete this crucial work, including holding the final national gathering. Nous attendons avec impatience le report final de son bureau cet automne. Il est prévu qu'il contienne des recommandations détaillées sur le respect et la protection des tombes non marquées potentielles, ainsi que l'hommage aux enfants qui n'ont jamais retrouvé leur famille. In conclusion, what I want to say to you is that we often refer to reconciliation as a journey. There is no set destination or a clear arrival point. But there are milestones along the way that we can use to mark our progress and to spur us onward. Implementing the UNDA and the action plan measures, developing the Indigenous Justice Strategy, responding to the TRC calls to action, and the National Inquiry into MMIWG calls for justice, which I heard a lot about this morning with the Atlantic Chiefs. All of these are touchstones for challenging but transformational work, and we are doing it together as partners and as allies. I'm encouraged by our progress. Together, I believe we can achieve the vision embodied in the UN Declaration, to uphold Indigenous human rights, to combat systemic racism and discrimination, to advance reconciliation, healing, and peace. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Nyawa miigwech.
Thank you, Minister Virani. Minister LeBlanc, I think you got 13 seconds left after that. So I'd like to invite up Minister Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions, and Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. LeBlanc.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Thank you to the elders, leaders, delegates, regional chiefs, and other chiefs present, and particularly to National Chief Woodhouse Nepanak for the invitation to join you today. It's for me very moving to have this first opportunity to be present at an Assembly of First Nations gathering of this size and this scope. And National Chief, I thank you for your kindness in inviting me and for the work that we've been able to do. And I'm obviously very happy to be here on the traditional territory of the Gayaningak as we work together on the issues that my colleague addressed, Arif Virani, and some of which I'll touch on briefly. I understand you invite somebody, a law professor like Arif, who wants to talk. I was saying to people when we came in, I thought we had 5 minutes each, so he nicely left me with 2. I'll do my best to be brief because both of us are looking forward to your questions. As Arif said, all teasing aside, as we move forward together to create safer communities and build stronger relationships, I would like to express to you my own commitment to reconciliation and advancing self-determination. Ensemble, nous pouvons continuer à créer des résultats positifs pour les Premières Nations partout au pays. Ensemble, nous avons réalisé et nous continuons de réaliser de grands progrès sur nos priorités communes afin d'assurer la sécurité de vos communautés. Since 2018, we've invested significantly to bolster First Nations and Inuit policing program and to further increase access to dedicated, culturally responsive policing services in First Nations communities, but we recognize and acknowledge that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. 3 federal budgets, 2018, 2021, and 2024, outlined significant investments in First Nations and Inuit policing. But as I said, we know there is more to do, both in terms of funding, but in terms of the way the program functions as well. We want to work with you to find lasting and equitable solutions to the public safety challenges your communities face. I know that the introduction of federal legislation recognizing First Nations police services as essential services is top of mind for many of you. It's certainly consistent with my conversation with your national chief and her colleagues, and it's something that we're very committed to doing. Over the last couple of years, we've collaborated towards future legislation with First Nations partners, as well as provinces and territories. Our objective is to ensure these services are well positioned to continue meeting the policing standards that you want for your communities and to respond to those communities' priorities as well. I want to recognize the AFN's work on the safety and policing issues that your communities face, and I especially want to acknowledge the work of your National Chief, of National Chief Woodhouse-Nepanak, and her leadership on this important file. Et évidemment, le chef régional Picard a joué et continue de jouer un rôle essentiel dans cette conversation. Cette loi, en plus de notre travail conjoint, contribuera à soutenir l'autodétermination et sera flexible afin de répondre à l'évolution de l'administration de la justice chez les Premières Nations. Ce projet de loi est une occasion pour le gouvernement du Canada de revoir la façon dont les services de police des Premières Nations sont financés et d'assurer une prévisibilité à vos communautés. Il reste encore beaucoup de travail à faire, mais nous y parviendrons ensemble grâce à une collaboration et un respect continu et à un dialogue franc et ouvert aussi. Et ça, c'était mes expériences très constructives avec votre chef national aussi. Veillez à ce que chacun et chacune se sentent en sécurité dans sa communauté est la priorité numéro 1, évidemment pour moi, mais pour notre gouvernement aussi. So once again, thank you for inviting me to be here. It's a true honor. I appreciate the work that I've been able to do and the more work that we have to do together. And I wish you all a great week in this great Canadian city of Montreal. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister LeBlanc. So I would now invite our delegates. We have about 10 minutes left, so I'll ask you to keep your questions short. I know it's a tight timeline, and I'm sorry for that, but we're going to try to keep the agenda. We'll go microphone 1, 2, 1, 2, as we usually process. So microphone 1.
Yes, Chief Leroy Denny, Eskizoni First Nation, Nova Scotia. I want to join also our proxy here, Deanne Sack, with me on the situation happened in New Brunswick, and the person is my band member. She got into, she made a call in New Brunswick with the RCMP, and she ended up being arrested to try to intervene a troubled family member who had a mental health issue, and how they were mocking, the RCMP were mocking the individual, and they end up striking, her name is Christina, the woman, and it really caused an uproar on social media. And this has happened in your backyard, Minister, in New Brunswick. And I know that just a few years back, what happened to Chantel Moore for a wellness check, how she was shot by an officer. And now for Christina, just happened recently, how she was just, her face just got busted up. I have a picture, I'll show it soon, but I just want to mention that. I know there's an investigation for CERT, and I believe that we don't really trust CERT. We should have a involvement from our First Nations, from our leadership of some sort, or as a watchdog, that we don't trust it. If you want trust and faith, we should be part of that process when they investigate officers, when they're doing harm, especially on our women, our Indigenous women across this country. And I will have Deanne to also say a few words.
My name is Deanne Sack. I'm from Sebag-Anagatic First Nation, and I'm proxy chief for Chief Michelle. I'm also a retired RCMP officer, 25 years operational policing in the Atlantic region. And when I seen those pictures floating around of that lady, I was heart-wrenched, I was heartbroken. And knowing my history with the RCMP, nothing's really changed. And when Chief Leroy says with CERT, we really need somebody involved to oversee, just to be there to listen and witness how the investigation, that independent investigation is taking place. Because our Ilnu, our people, are the subject matter experts of our communities. We live, we have the connections, we know who's who in our communities, so we're the subject matter experts, not somebody coming into our communities and trying to piece the picture together. So this is why it's important to have somebody that our community members recognize, because they're going to have the cultural competencies, they're going to have the cultural safety, they're going to know the etiquette and the protocols for the communities. I policed a community in New Brunswick one time, and I didn't know who's who, and it took me 6 months to figure out there was, 6 different sets of Smiths in one community. So this is why it's important to have these people kind of be tandem with the investigation, because they are the subject matter. We are. The Ilnu people in the community are the subject matter experts. We know our people. And the irony of this whole situation, this lady, she was wearing a family violence prevention t-shirt. And she sustained not a scratch, and I don't approve or agree how her injuries were minimized. She sustained facial fractures. She needs reconstructive surgery. And that's not even including the trauma that she has to navigate and live with, and the PTSD. And it's heart-wrenching because we have the calls to justice. We have the calls to justice, 231 recommendations. And I know the police force has a lot that they have to adhere to, which brings me to my next topic. The calls to justice have been in place since 2019. Where are you guys at with all that? When do we get feedback on how you guys are processing those calls to justice? Is it a one hit it and quit it tick box and you're done? What sustainable changes are taking place that are going to be extended to the next generations. Sunogama.
Well, Alan. I will move to microphone number 2, if you can state your name.
Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. I want to just quickly bring up the whole issue about the non-recognition of Section 83 of the Indian Act. And one of the problems of that is when you come into the province of British Columbia, it's a constitutional issue. In 1871, when the province negotiated their entrance into Canada under Confederation, part of that agreement said that Indians and lands reserved for Indians are the responsibility of the Dominion of Canada. And with the passage of the Cannabis Act by Canada, where it was quickly turned over to the provinces for jurisdiction, that was a constitutional issue that was not addressed in the province of British Columbia. Further to that the federal government and the RCMP will not enforce laws under Section 83 on the Indian reserves. And when you look in British Columbia, you got the Campbell decision of the former Attorney General that went to court on the Nisga'a Treaty, and it was found that while our inherent right to self-government has been infringed, it remains intact. So when we're talking about passing laws such as our Cannabis Acts on a reserve, we can't get any type of enforcement whatsoever. And when that was turned over, what that did was opened up possibilities of infractions under FinTrack and other types of acts where you can actually opens the door for money laundering, other types of opportunities such as that actually does happen on these reserves. Now, one of the things that, that it would be simple if the CSU in British Columbia would actually enforce bylaws that are created under Section 83. I'm sick and tired of hearing all this mouth service to, oh yes, we're going to fully, represent UDRIP and all these other acts, but yet there's something that's been in that federal act for the last over 125 years, and we still can't get such things as simple enforcement. And when you look at Section 88 that was put in, I think, in about 1951, that was not constitutional in the province of British Columbia based upon the Articles of Confederation of 1871. That does not recognize any jurisdiction other than the Dominion of Canada on federal reserves and with lands and Indians reserved for the Dominion of Canada. So I think that needs to be addressed because it's a constitutional issue, and also the enforcement of Section 83 bylaws are federal acts and should be respected as such. We always hear about how we're supposed to be, we don't respect laws. Well, are we the only one in those instances? But clearly Canada does not recognize ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Louis. I'll go to one final question. I know it's cutting it short with the amount of people we have at our mics, but I did overhear the minister saying they might be around in different regional caucuses, so try to get your hands on them there. I'll go to microphone number 1.
Miigwech, Minister LeBlanc, for joining our assembly this morning. My name is Elvin Fiddler. I'm a proxy at this assembly for my chief, Charlie Beardy from Muskrat Dam. But I'm also the Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation. And we have a two-part question, but I just wanted to mention very quickly the work that we're doing to empower our own police services to be able to police our own people and our own communities is very much something that we expect Canada to join in and continue those efforts, because we do not trust the mainstream police services. You may have heard last week or 2 weeks ago, for example, one of our community members was killed and shot 3 times by the Ontario Provincial Police outside of Kenora. That funeral just happened 2 days ago. And so we need to move towards empowering and making sure that our own police services like NAPS and Treaty 3 and others have the tools and have the legislative authority to be able to police our own communities. And that's something that we are very much working towards, and we expect Canada to be there with us.
But I also just want to take this opportunity to introduce Kai Lu, who is currently the Executive Director of the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario, to ask you a question as well.
Thank you, Grand Chief, Minister. My name is Kai Lu, the Executive Director of the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario. I bring 37 years of policing, of which I spent I was the Chief of Police for 3 police services, including the Treaty 3 Police Service, before retiring and taking the Executive Director position. IPCO represents 9 self-administered Indigenous police services in Ontario, which works with 86 First Nation communities across the province. Our commitment to community safety is to deliver adequate, effective, and culturally responsive policing. My question is based on what I am hearing from the communities we serve about Canada's proposed 2-track approach. We understand that Canada has recognized the distinction between public safety and justice by separating those into 2 different portfolios. Of course, there is an important relationship between safety and justice. However, Canada recognizes that community safety and policing belong in one portfolio overseen by one minister, who is now responsible for co-developing First Nation policing legislation. My question is, how can Public Safety Canada guarantee Indigenous self-determination and inherent jurisdictions will be respected with regards to public safety if those issues are removed from the proposed legislation and sent to some other table overseen by another ministry? Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Fiddler and Executive Director Lu. I will now turn it over to our 2 ministers to answer, and as I said, after that we will have to break for lunch. Ministers, do you want to come to the stage?
So first of all, thank you for the questions, but thank you for the representations as well. With respect to Chief Denny, Chief Leroy, I am aware of that circumstance. I share the understandable pain that the community and the family has felt. I have discussed that obviously with the RCMP leadership. There is, as you noted, a process ongoing, so I can't comment on a specific process that's triggered, but what I can say and what I heard clearly is a very thoughtful suggestion about how to include Indigenous people in those reviews. If the RCMP, if it's the Civilian Complaints Review process, and we can always look to improve and modernize those processes to build confidence in the communities that you represent that are seeing some of these circumstances and these incidents that are obviously extraordinarily upsetting, and I see them up close in New Brunswick, but it's by no means unique to our part of the country. So I will happily work with, and I've had conversations with the Commissioner and the leadership of the RCMP about how we can improve their sensitivity to Indigenous culture and Indigenous communities. I think they have made some significant improvements, but they too have more work to do. I was there at Depot when an Indigenous troop graduated at Depot. Those are small steps, but there are many more that we can take, and I very much like the idea of finding a way to have Indigenous, for all the reasons you said, subject matter experts, people who know the communities. I share totally that perspective, and will work to find a way quickly to include the Indigenous presence in those reviews so that that confidence is not further strained as communities go through these difficult issues. With respect to your colleague, the Executive Director representing the self-administered police services in Northern Ontario, I have learned some of the best examples of successful Indigenous police services are in fact in Northern Ontario. There are others across the country, of course, that are also doing extraordinary work, but my conversations with Premier Ford, my conversations with Indigenous leaders in Ontario, including your new regional chief who spent the day with me in his community a month ago, have told me that in many ways that's exactly a model that we need to build up, to celebrate, and to support. The issue that you raised, the sort of two-track approach, the mandate I have, and this is the conversation I've had with your national chief and others, the mandate I have is to quickly introduce federal legislation which provides long-term, stable, recurring funding and recognizes the essential service that Indigenous policing is, like any other policing in any other non-Indigenous community. When I first met Indigenous police leaders in Northern Ontario, the whole idea that the officers who are serving honorably and effectively in these communities don't know if on April 1st in a new fiscal year there's an allocation of money to continue their policing service makes no sense at all. So how do you build professional policing services and people to have careers doing difficult work in their communities? So I can very quickly, with the Assembly of First Nations, put before the House of Commons legislation that will recognize recurring long-term funding, reliable, stable funding, and designating the essential service that Indigenous police services represent. That, to me, is a very important first step. If we want to get into a conversation about, and I understand why that's a topic of huge concern for all of you, if we want to have the rights-based discussion about the inherent right to administer the police services, we're going to bump into a federal-provincial dynamic. The provincial ministers have said to me, policing is a provincial jurisdiction. The standards that are set by provincial governments, that's a more complicated conversation. And if we have in the next few months a chance to take a big step forward with federal legislation that binds the Government of Canada to be a long-term, reliable partner as communities build their own police forces as they want to do, I don't want to miss that window. And if we attach it, and I said to your national chief, I'm happy to find the best way to pursue that other conversation, which is very important. But if we want to tie those two together, in my judgment, we're not going to get, in the next few months, legislation before the House of Commons and miss an opportunity to take a big step forward together while finding the right way to continue working on the rights-based piece as well. And that's a commitment that I'm happy to make, and I'm happy to continue the conversation with your national chief and members that you determine are appropriate. Arif?
Sure. I'll just jump in on a few points here. So, I mean, the two big themes that I think that came across from the four interventions that we just heard were issues that relate to shock and horror and disgust in terms of how that woman was treated in New Brunswick at the hands of law enforcement, and also just the baseline lack of trust, right? So I heard that from Chief Leroy, who's right next to me, but I also heard that on the back end from Chief Fiddler and the Executive Director. And what we need to be doing fundamentally is working on restoring that trust and working with PACE to do that, but also thinking as creatively as possible, as Dominic is mentioning, about how do we ensure Indigenous policing and respect for Indigenous laws, bylaws, band council resolutions, etc., because that needs to be where we're moving in terms of this path towards self-determination. Chief Diane Sack, I mean, you mentioned this to me earlier, and you're mentioning it to me again in this open plenary. I hear you 1,000% that you are absolutely right when you say you and others like you are the cultural experts, the cultural competency experts, the people that understand their communities. You are the Indigenous voices that we need to be listening to better in terms of how to address this issue. What I would say to you is you asked about sort of the calls to justice and what's going on post-2019. Work is continuing. Can it go faster? It absolutely can go faster. What I'd say to you to tie back to some of what I said in my opening remarks is that that big document, which is this Indigenous Justice Strategy, dovetails with specific aspects of the calls to justice and the TRC calls to action. It's one piece, but it's an important piece that does right, ideally, once it's fully implemented, does right by women facing violence, but also by a whole host of Indigenous people that have been mistreated on this land. And with respect to, it was Chief Louis, with respect to the consultation piece on cannabis and also about Section 83 and Section 88 of the Indian Act. I'd say just a couple of things as I reflect on that. One is that the consultation piece is meant to be much more comprehensive and much more complementary to any legislative development process, and that's what that UN Declaration Act actually entrenches, right? I'm not sure where he's gone, where he's sitting, but Section 5 of the UN Declaration Act talks about ensuring that the laws of Canada, including laws that we're developing right now, Dominic and I and other cabinet ministers, meet the level of consultation that you're seeking. In terms of sort of specifically addressing, I think Dominic was addressing it in terms of his opening remarks, but it's this idea about ensuring that we recognize that Indigenous people know best what is right for their own communities. We've seen that over and over again on education initiatives out east. We've seen that with NAN in terms of what they've been doing in the region of Ontario. That's absolutely true. But the idea is that if you know how to keep your own community safe and keep them safe from, for example, substance abuse and addictions, predatory behaviors, you name it, then we need to be listening to that and allowing you to enforce your laws if there isn't a way for external law enforcement to be enforcing them. I think both can be true at the same time, but I think we need to be working on it with pace. And I commit to you quite openly that we will do that work because it is necessary, and that's a path forward. I've heard even in the hallways about concerns about substance use and addictions and about how communities are not being kept safe even though you know what's right and what's best for your communities. We need to unlock that and empower that, and that's what we're committed to do. Thank you.
LeBlanc. Thank you, Ministers LeBlanc and Virani. As said, due to time constraints, we will be closing the speakers list there. And I do believe that National Chief has a little token of recognition. As mentioned, I do understand that there are certain questions on closing the list, but we had to keep it with that time. They will be in the regional caucuses. However, as I said, we overheard them talking, so they will be available for questions in those caucuses. Now to go on to our next point, I will turn it over to Weena, or to Véronique, I'm sorry.
Merci pour cette matinée. On a eu une belle matinée ensemble. Je vais seulement vous dire que le Conseil des jeunes, les rapports des conseils, en fait, vont être à 3h30. And I will switch right away in English just to make sure many people can understand what I'm saying. This morning we haven't have the time to do the council reports, so they will be at 3:30 p.m. And just a reminder that it's a maximum of 5 minutes per council. And as Cedric said earlier, it's the assembly with the most draft resolutions. So we ask you to be back at 1 p.m. sharp, even though, please, even though we are a bit late on schedule. And for the chiefs, you will have lunch in your caucus rooms, and for everyone, there are food courts. You can go to the Complexe Desjardins that is close by, or there are restaurants. And don't forget to have a look at the Circle of Trade that's just downstairs. And have a walk, have some fresh air. Have a good lunch. See you at 1.
Kwe, good afternoon. Bon après-midi. We're not waiting just in case something happens. We really wanted to begin the day sharp at 1, but first thing on the agenda, right after a quick lesson from Marsha and her team, sign languages, we'll learn some sign languages, and right after we'll have resolutions and chiefs and proxies. You know that we need quorum, so I just asked to make sure that, to count the floor, just to make sure if we have quorum to make decisions. We don't, so that is sad, because we will have less time to make decisions. So as soon as we have quorum, we'll be in a position to get into business. But for now, we'll start with a little something I think that you all like, and for the new ones, you will really like that, I'm pretty sure. We started that back in July 2022, I think, in Vancouver. I am going to turn the floor over to Véronique. She's going to explain what we're going to do. It's related to sign languages. And on that, je vous souhaite un bel après-midi, tout le monde. N'oubliez pas d'aller chercher vos dispositifs de traduction si vous en avez besoin, parce qu'on va parler en français aussi cet après-midi, pas seulement en anglais. Comme on le dit souvent, malheureusement, il y a 2 langues. Le colonisateur avait 2 langues, et puis ne pouvant nous exprimer chacun dans notre langue d'origine, on doit choisir entre l'anglais et le français, et c'est ce qu'on fait, et c'est pour ça qu'il y a la traduction simultanée, pour respecter la belle diversité de toutes nos Premières Nations à travers le Canada sur Turtle Island, ou à travers Turtle Island. Alors sur ça, je donne la parole maintenant à la coprésidente jeunesse, Véronique Picard. À toi, Véronique.
Welcome back. Thank you everyone for coming in the room. That's very appreciated. I hope you all had a great lunch. Maybe you had time to go and visit the Circle of Trade that's downstairs. If not, you can visit it anytime until Thursday at 1 p.m. Bonjour, j'espère que vous avez eu un bon dîner, que vous avez eu un petit temps pour vous, que vous avez eu le temps d'aller au Cercle des artisans qui est un étage en dessous de nous. Pour les représentants, les chefs francophones, je voulais vous dire que l'écran principal qui va afficher les résolutions en français plus tard aujourd'hui, c'est l'écran qui est ici à ma gauche. Donc, si vous voulez voir les transcriptions en français de façon plus aisée, vous pouvez vous installer de ce côté-ci de la salle. For the council reports, we haven't had time for them this morning. Therefore, we will be doing them tomorrow morning at 9. So that's the new time. And we want to remind the consuls that you have 5 minutes maximum per consul for the reports. I'll say it again, we have a lot of resolutions. It's the assembly that has the most resolution in the history of AFN, so that's why we ask you to be very, very, very sharp on time, and we'll remind it a lot during this assembly. I also want to take a little time to thank our sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't be possible to be all of our nations together right now. It's a huge investment to gather everyone. So we want to thank GFK Law, Atkins Realis, Aviso, and Peace Hills Trust. So thank you for making this possible for us. Also, Weena mentioned that there are translations devices at the back. We know that it's not everyone that takes the device, but it's very important. We'll be discussing important issues, and some chiefs are more comfortable speaking in French as it is their colonial language. Therefore, if you want to understand what those chiefs have to say, we invite you to go at the back. You need to have an ID, and you can take the device. And now it is time for our little interactive session. Every day of the assembly, we will have an interactive sign language session. So I would like to introduce you to Marsha, Debbie, and their team for this activity. And please give them a very warm welcome. Or like that. Oh.
Sugoli. Tehum, Dagwegum, Dayon, Miugets. Oneida, Nation of the Thames. I am Turtle Clan. I'll now say it in ASL, in English. Hello, everyone. My English name is Marsha Ireland. I am from Oneida Nation of the Thames. I am Turtle Clan. So I'm going to teach you maybe a bit of a refresher of some ASL and OSL, Oneida Sign Language. So in ASL, everybody copy me. Do as I'm doing. Hello! Hello, everybody. Hi! In Oneida, Sugoli. Sugoli. In Oneida, Nagitwa. Nagitwa. In English or in ASL, it would be bye. So I'll do it again. Nagitwa. Nagitwa. Yonko. Yonko. Oneida Sign Language. In ASL, it would be thank you. Thank you. We also have some people say miigwech. Miigwech. So this is a sign for miigwech. In the western part of this land, we'll see thank you or ho-ho, done this way, ha-ha. So we'll do a bit of a review. Sugoli, hello. Nagitwa. We'll see you later or bye. Thank you. Miigwech. Maybe everyone can stand up and stretch their legs and say miigwech or yonko, whatever works for you. Ah, there we go, miigwech. Yes, yes, miigwech. Yonko. Okay, everybody can sit. It's just a little stretch before you get started today. And for those who are from the western part of these lands who say thank you in this way, and Yonko. I'm going to teach you a new one today, Chief. The interpreter does not know how to say chief in Oneida yet. Chief in ASL is like this. And Oneida is like this. So ASL, English, chief, and OSL, chief. I want to say Yonko for inviting me here to share my Oneida Sign Language to all the chiefs, the regional chiefs, and all of our chiefs that are here today. All of the delegates, chiefs. Yonko for taking the time to learn sign with me today. Yonko.
Nyongo, Marsha, and Debbie. We have found a cell phone around the elevators. It has like emojis of camping and deer and leaves. So if you have that background and you know that you lost your phone, we have it. We'll give it probably to distribution when they get there. So you can retrieve it. Also, we want to remind you that we have an accessibility team that's available. So if you have anything that you need help with, for instance, you don't have enough room for your scooter or anything that you would need, you can go and tell them. They're just over there. Can you please stand up? And they have yellow handbands, so you can see them very easily. So thank you. I will now turn the floor to my colleague, Wina.
Merci beaucoup, Véronique Tiawank, for this, and Chimigwich, and to Marsha. It's very an honor to have her in our assemblies, and we'll make space for her for a lesson each day this week. So on that, guess what? Yes, we can start with draft resolutions. So yes, we moved, we adopted 2 motions this morning, but now we'll deal with charter draft resolutions. As you all know by now, we have 3 draft resolutions related to charter, so we'll start with them. And let's begin with the first charter draft resolution, number 1. And on that, I will ask technicians to please put the whereas, because yes, and I'm going to read, yes, I'm going a bit too fast, huh, technicians, I'm sorry. It's just been a year that I did that, so I'm a bit, I don't know how to, je suis un peu rouillé, I'm a bit, there's rust in my blood, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so first, we'll deal with draft resolution, the charter draft resolution number 1, and for charters resolutions, we will read them all together because they complete the entire draft resolution, because it's so important. It is related to the heart of the organization of the AFN, so it's very important. So we will read the whole draft resolution only for charters resolutions, and as well for emergency draft resolution. And yes, and on that, I want to mention that emergency draft resolution number 1 has been distributed on the floor. If you need a copy, if you don't have a hard copy, there are copies available at resolutions, at distributions, sorry. So copies available over there if you need to read it and to have a copy. On that, I'm going to read the title. I just need to open my my computer, but yes, because it's very hard here to read. Can we encore, Jeff? Can you just make it a bit bigger. You're so nice. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. So, the title, the Charter Draft Resolution number 1 is entitled Addressing National Chief Election Voting Deadlocks. This draft resolution number 1 has been moved by Chief Dylan White Duck, Kitigan ZB. Chief White Duck, are you present in the room? Just looking to make sure that the mover is present in the room. I thought I saw you before. Chief White Duck, Dylan White Duck, are you present in the room? I'm going to go to the seconder, and maybe Chief White Duck will join us. So by the time we confirm if the seconder is present in the room, but I think I see Chief Jenny Brake. Are you the seconder? Microphone number 1, please. Yes, so the seconder is at microphone number 1. Is Chief White Duck present in the room at this moment? I am going to go to microphone number 1, please.
My name is Chief Sidney Peters from Nova Scotia, Glooscap. And Chief White Duck just had to step out for an emergency phone call, so I'll step in for him to move it.
Okay, so you are going to be the mover of this draft resolution number 1. Thank you very much, Chief. Don't go too far because we'll come back to you. But as of now, what we will need to do is to read the whereas section, and then we'll read together the therefore be it resolved section. And just to give a break to our brothers, sisters, and everyone that speak French, I am going to read it in French. Alors, cela va comme suit. Attendu que le comité des chefs sur le renouvellement de la charte, CCRC, continue de réfléchir à des modifications potentielles à apporter à la charte de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations. B. Les préoccupations récentes et récurrentes relatives aux impasses ou aux demandes de vote répétées et prolongées par les chefs lorsqu'il ne reste plus que 2 candidats sur le bulletin de vote constituent des points devant être améliorés selon le CCRC. Il faut améliorer en particulier l'article 22.1 et l'annexe A, 1990, règles électorales pour le poste de chef national, qui ne fournissent pas de moyens clairs et efficaces pour résoudre les impasses de vote dans les cas où les 2 derniers candidats ne parviennent pas à plusieurs reprises à atteindre le seuil de 60% de majorité qualifiée. C. Lors d'élections précédentes pour le poste de chef national, de nombreux tours de scrutin non décisifs ont été tenus dans la soirée jusqu'au lendemain, et l'impasse n'a pu être résolue qu'au moyen d'une concession volontaire. De telles impasses sapent le moral et constituent un risque pour la santé et le bien-être des participants à l'Assemblée. D. L'Assemblée extraordinaire des chefs, AEC, de décembre 2023, a été marquée par une autre élection prolongée qui a comporté 2 tours de scrutin non décisifs pour les 2 derniers candidats, ce qui a conduit à de nouveaux appels à la modification des dispositions de la Charte de l'APN. E. La présente résolution sur la Charte de l'APN vise à améliorer et à clarifier les dispositions de la Charte relative à l'élection du ou de la chef nationale en modifiant les dispositions de l'annexe A afin de remédier aux impasses lorsque seuls 2 candidats restent en lice et en modifiant l'article 22.1 afin de référer notamment à l'annexe A pour les règles électorales. F. La présente résolution sur la Charte de l'APN offre également l'occasion d'aborder d'autres recommandations de modification en suspens, notamment en ce qui concerne les dépenses de campagne et la reconnaissance des formats virtuels et hybrides des assemblées. Nous allons maintenant lire la portion de la décision du projet de résolution. Alors, c'est la section pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée. 1. Demande que les modifications suivantes soient apportées à l'annexe A 1990 de la Charte de l'APN, règles électorales pour le poste de chef national. Petit I. Amender B, 1B, fonction de l'officier électoral en chef comme suit. Envoyer par courriel le nom des candidats et de brefs délais au chef en utilisant la liste la liste officielle des chefs de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, au moins 4 semaines avant l'élection, et afficher ces renseignements sur le site Web de l'APN. 2. Amender E. 1. Frais de campagne électorale comme suit. Remplacer 35 000 $ par 100 000 $. Petit 3. Amender F. 2. Conduite de l'élection comme suit. Ajouter une deuxième phrase libellée ainsi. Le vote peut être exprimé en personne à l'Assemblée ou virtuellement en ligne. Petit 4. Amender F. 7. Conduite de l'élection comme suit. Sous réserve du paragraphe F, 10. Le gagnant de l'élection sera la personne qui aura rassemblé la première... Pardon, je lis ce qui est écrit, mais le gagnant de l'élection sera la personne qui aura rassemblé la première, une majorité de 60 % des votes des membres votants qui sont inscrits à l'Assemblée. Petit 5, amender F, 10, conduite de l'élection. Pour ajouter une deuxième phrase, lorsqu'il ne reste plus que 2 candidats, l'officier électoral en chef annonce la tenue du dernier tour de scrutin et indique que le candidat ayant obtenu le plus grand nombre de voix sera déclaré vainqueur et même s'il n'atteint pas la barre des 60 %. Petit 6, mettre à jour le titre de l'annexe pour lire Annexe A 2024 de la Charte de l'APN, règles électorales pour le poste de chef national. 2. Demande que le paragraphe 22.1 de la Charte de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations soit modifié comme suit. Le chef national sera élu par les Premières Nations en Assemblée conformément à l'annexe A 2024 de la Charte de l'APN, règles électorales pour le poste de chef national. So, this draft resolution number 1 has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record. I will now open the floor for the discussion period of time, and I will first invite the mover and ask him if he wishes to speak on that draft resolution, to introduce this draft resolution number 1, and you have the mover. Yes, perfect. So. If you want to speak to that matter, you have up to 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Microphone number 1, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Just for the record, my name is Chief Sid Peters from Glooscap First Nation in Nova Scotia. Just wanted to say that, we are eager here to present the BDO report and our recommendations to the First Nations Assembly. This presentation will allow us to finally settle the matter and refocus on our primary mandate, which is, of course, to undertake engagement and advance recommendations on renewal of the AFN Charter and other means to ensure effective and appropriate governance. The call for a 10-year forensic audit has been a significant distraction. The BDO report confirms that such an extensive and expensive investigation is not warranted and should not be undertaken. While the report did identify some internal controls that could be strengthened, it is common for any organization to find room.
Chief, I'm very sorry to interrupt. We are now talking about draft resolution number 1 related to the election of the national chief. The rules pertaining to the election. We're just waiting to get this situation resolved. And thank you, technicians, because technicians pause the time, the clock, so you're not using your time to figure this out.
Okay.
Microphone number 1, please.
So I apologize for that. That's what happens when you are called up the last moment, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I've only got 2 minutes and 57 seconds. I'm going to ask Chief White Duck to speak to that, if that's okay. I apologize for that. Thank you.
Hold on. I just want to apologize to the Assembly here today. I stepped out for just a minuscule of a second to use the washroom, and I missed the opportunity to speak on this resolution. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge the Assembly, chiefs, colleagues, friends, allies. There has been a lot of turnover in the Charter Renewal Committee, and I'd like to formally announce and acknowledge all the committee members who served on the Charter Renewal, Sayers, Casalem, and there's so many that volunteered and helped the Assembly. During this time, the Charter Renewal Committee, along with Regional Chief Mitchell, we exercised a process to explore changing the electoral reform for our national chief process. As obviously, we gathered on the Algonquin territory in December to elect a national chief. And I believe it's time that we fix this process. Enough of this 10-hour process of voting for a national chief. The chiefs and the Assembly mandated the Charter Renewal to fix this. So we gathered, we met, and we wanted to fix this as soon as possible. We were united on this process, and we felt it's important to change this and get with the times too, because the old charter didn't respect the fact that you could do online voting. So we made that friendly amendment to the charter to accompany that, as well as the deadlock situation. I just want to acknowledge that I've seen Chief Pratt and Chief Woodhouse when they were running for the national chief. They took a time to go meet each other at night around 11:30 at midnight, just before the polls closed, I guess, that time. And it was really a comforting moment to see our two national chiefs come together. And it was hard for them to see them come together, hold each other, and all the battles they had to go through to become the national chief. No national chief should go through what they had to go through. I want to apologize to all the former national chiefs that stood in the Assembly many hours to get their announcement on who's the national chief. I believe there was Bellegarde and Alio, I think, went in Calgary for about 15, 16 hours, and there's been a few other scenarios. So it's time to fix this. We worked very hard on this process and this resolution for the electoral for the national chief, and we hope you understand the reasoning for this, and we hope you're in favor of having a process where we could have, when there's two candidates, you'll get your result right there, right then, right now, and we can all celebrate together. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief White Duck. Before going to, I'm going to check with the seconder if the seconder wishes to speak to that draft resolution number 1 first, and then we'll go to subsequent chiefs and proxies. Just want to make sure that you all remember that the way we proceed, we alternate between microphone 1 and 2. And we're not taking into account who arrived first, because it would be honestly impossible. So you're the one deciding where you want to go in line. And so now I just want to give the floor to the seconder. Microphone number 1, please.
Madam Chair, there's a point of order here.
Okay.
The resolution that was handed out was moved by Chief David Monias and was seconded by Chief Matt Pasco in our kits. Okay? And we were dealing with resolution number 1. You asked for a mover of that resolution if he was here, and then Chief Peters put up his hand as the mover. And then we had Jenny Brake as the seconder, but they said they were on the wrong resolution. They were thinking of a different resolution. So I think there's a point of order here that you got to go back to the original mover and the original seconder before we ask for them, because they're not speaking on this resolution. So I think we got to get the rules straight here, and if Chief Munias isn't in the room, is there going to be a mover? Because we don't have our point of order in order.
Thank you, Chief, for this intervention. The mover and the seconder, as they have been entered into the record as is, but the original mover and seconders, they can speak to that issue. You all have 4 minutes. It's the same. It is what it is, as we say in French. I'm kidding. So on that, we will, and sometimes there are changes. It's not because we have a mover on the and a seconder in the kit. There are changes, and if a chief is not there to move, we will look to see if someone else wishes to move for this person, and that is what happened. We take it like that. So on that, I want to give the floor to the seconder to the initial seconder. The seconder can give his time or her time to the person, but we will need to go at the microphone number 1 if the seconder wishes to speak. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the microphone number 2. Microphone number 1, please.
Hello, Chief Jenny Brake, Hollywood First Nation. I'd just like to address that the draft emergency resolution that was handed out to chiefs earlier says number 1 /2024. So the confusion comes from, I think, a typo on the sheet that we have here in front of us. I've been asked to step in as seconder for the motion that is being addressed currently, and I agree with the motioner on all the points that were made. And I just add that having attended the last election, I think we all feel compelled to change the way we do things to be more efficient and more respectful to one another.
Thank you, Chief. Just want to make sure that I think there's I know now why there's a confusion. The confusion is because there are 2 types of draft resolution. We have on time draft resolution number 1, which is what we're talking about right now, or should be. And the other thing, we have also emergency draft resolution number 1, which has been distributed, as I mentioned at the beginning. And this, the two letters on top of the draft resolution is ER-01. This one is not the one we're talking about right now. We now are discussing the one that I just read and entered into the record. So it's on time draft resolution number 1 related to the charter. So on that, I am going to go to microphone number 2, please.
Lee Spahan, Chief Quarter Band. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with the previous speaker that there should be a point of order in effect, because there was a mover, but there was no seconder, and it went right into discussion. So a point of order, Madam Chairman. There should be a mover and a seconder before there's any discussions happening.
Thank you, Chief. I confirm we have a mover and we have a seconder, and we are discussing this draft resolution number 1 related to charter. So is there any intervention, comments, proposed amendment to this draft resolution number 1? This is what we are talking about right now. Microphone number 1, please.
Chief King Gulbey First Nation. I just want to make sure that we're dealing with the AFN Charter, Resolution 1.
Yes.
We have a mover. Sidney Peters now says he'll move it, and we have Jenny Brake said she'll second it. Are we all clear on that?
No. Is it the same? Yes, we're all clear on that.
Thank you.
Chief. Thank you, Chief. So, can I assume there is no discussion needed on the draft resolution number 1, entitled Addressing National Chief Election Voting Deadlocks? So I see no chiefs or proxies at the microphones. So I assume we are ready to put the matter to a vote. And on that, I'm going to ask first, is there any microphone number 2, please? Just right in time.
So what we have in our packages, those names don't fit what were said. Can those be put up on the screen so that way there's clarity to the chiefs?
Of course, Chief. Yes, this can be done. So technician, or I don't know who's in charge of the Google Doc to provide this change, but I think it has been done. So technician, can you please put up on the screen the Google Drive folder to make sure that we all see here the changes in this draft resolution number 1 entitled Addressing National Chief Election Voting Deadlocks. Thank you so much. Great team, great work. Yep. So we will not put up on the screen, I'm sorry, technicians, but the French version, we're not in a capacity at this moment to make live amendments in the French, so maybe when we are at the live amendments, we can only put the English on both screens. And so we don't want to get confused with the French one, which has not been changed. So don't get confused with that. We're just going to look at the English version up on the screen. And the English version reflects the mover and the seconder. So on that, going back to the vote, is there any opposition in the room to this draft resolution number 1 entitled Addressing National Chief Election Voting Deadlocks? Any opposition to this? I'm going to ask my friends to make sure that I don't see any opposition here. So anyone wishes to take note or to enter into the minutes your abstention? Any abstention in the room? So thank you very much, Miigwech chiefs and proxies. This draft resolution number 1 has been adopted by consensus. So the first one by consensus. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Weena, for that. So we will now continue with the draft resolution on charter renewal, draft resolution 2, which is titled Clarifying Rules and Procedures for Establishing Quorum at AFN Assemblies. We have as a mover Chief Sidney Peters, who I imagine you're not too far away, and that was seconded by Chief Jenny Brake from Qualipu First Nation. If we can have those put on screens and brought down to the whereas. Again, just because these are charter renewal resolutions, we will be going through the entirety of the whereas as well as the therefore be it resolved. So technical team, if you can go down to the whereas as we read through them. Thank you very much. So whereas A, it is essential that the rules and procedures for establishing, maintaining, and questioning quorum at Assembly of First Nations, in parentheses AFN, assemblies are made clear, transparent, and practical to enforce. Whereas B, questions pertaining to quorum at AFN assemblies are frequent, contentious, and encroach on the limited and valuable time available for First Nations in Assembly to provide direction to the AFN. Whereas C, prior to the July 2021 AFN Annual General Assembly in Ottawa, in parentheses virtual, the rules of procedure for AFN assemblies contained an explanation on the process by which quorum is established and maintained through the full duration of an assembly. This long-standing process was consistent with the Charter of the Assembly of First Nations, in parentheses the Charter, provisions on quorum. Whereas D, AFN Resolution 03-2021, clarification of designated representatives and proxy, mandated a change to the Charter and the Rules of Procedure, introducing a new description of quorum intended to prevent misunderstandings. However, this change presented new challenges and misunderstandings by subpoint I, being insufficiently detailed, subpoint 2, removing description of the quorum process from the AFN Rules of Procedure, subpoint 3, introducing a description of quorum that is arguably inconsistent with those long-standing processes, and subpoint 4, IV, being impractical to uphold through the full duration of an assembly in a manner that is consistent, transparent, accurate, and time efficient. Whereas E, neither the current nor previous versions of the Charter properly accounted for the fact that the assemblies are now often held remotely or in hybrid, and that chiefs and proxy representatives participating virtually must also be counted as present on the assembly floor. The new proposed description for quorum should clearly account for virtual participation. Whereas F, In the current version of the Charter, under the heading of Decision Making, Article 8 in paragraph 1 describes the rules for both quorum and voting for the First Nations in Assembly. For increased clarity, it is proposed that the new Charter description for quorum be provided in an amended Article 8.1 and the rules for voting be retained separately as a new Article 8.2. And finally, whereas G, this resolution seeks to replace AFN Resolution 03-2021, clarification of designated representatives and proxies. We will now read the therefore be it resolved into the record. Therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, direct that Article 8.1 of the Charter of the Assembly of First Nations be amended to read, quorum for assemblies will be established as follows. Point A, on each day of the Assembly, a count will be conducted of chiefs and proxy representatives present on the floor of the Assembly room, including those who are present in the designated virtual Assembly room. Subpoint B, on each day of the Assembly, a quorum will be then maintained so long as the number of chiefs and proxy representatives present on the floor of the Assembly, in parentheses, including those attending virtually, is equal to at least 51% of that initial count for that day. Subpoint C, on each day of the Assembly, quorum must be established prior to decision-making by the First Nations in Assembly. And finally, therefore be it resolved, 2, direct that a new Article 8.3 be inserted and reads as, decisions of the First Nations in Assembly shall be made as far as possible by consensus or general agreement. When all efforts at achieving a consensus have been exhausted without success, a positive vote of 60% of the chiefs and proxy representatives of First Nations present in the Assembly room shall be sufficient to constitute a decision. We now turn to our introduction by our mover, Chief Sidney Peters. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now, hopefully we can get this correct this time. I apologize for the last one, but, unfortunately, that's kind of how it works. Leadership, as you know, we're quite busy. We come and go and get emergency calls and stuff. So anyway, as you know, over the years, of course, we always seem to find it difficult under leadership trying to get quorum at a lot of these meetings. And it's unfortunate, we spend a lot of money, a lot of effort, and a lot of people are here, to do business. And as a result, sometimes it's difficult to get quorum. So just wanted to mention that, at the Charter Committee of Renewal, they worked hard or whatever to try to put this together. The importance of time for each and every one of us. So quorum is important, and how can we kind of, come up with the best solution for everybody to work on. So I'm going to read part of it. So as you know, the current rule in spelling out in the resolution of 03-2021 is the clarification of designated representative and proxies. The rule itself seems, on the surface at least, extremely simple. In fact, that is a problem. This is not enough detail to be clear on how the rule should be applied throughout the Assembly. The new rule we are presenting to you today seeks to clearly spell out what has been in the practice in many years at AFN. And in this process, as previously explained at the AFN conference booklet and rules of procedures. The purpose of this draft charter resolution is essentially reverse solution of 03-2021. A small change is that, looking to be therefore be resolved, the intent here is to remove the previous unnecessary provision for when exactly a quorum count must be conducted. So that it is because the basis of the organization of the preliminary agenda inside sessions, the predetermined time may not be appropriate for identifying the number of chiefs and proxies present at the purpose of determining quorum. Instead, the rule emphasizes the obvious, which is that the quorum is needed before decisions can be made by the First Nations Assembly. I should note that while it doesn't necessarily matter when the count is conducted, the Assembly chairs will absolutely let participants know the timing for the count of each day. That's all I have. I'm going to pass it over to my seconder to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Peters. So as seconder, you also have 4 minutes. So I will look towards microphone 1 for Chief Jenny Brake from Kalapu First Nation.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal for all the hard work that they've put into these resolutions. The existing rule is too simple and could be interpreted in a way that is so strict that we can consistently lose quorum throughout the 3 days of the assembly, and proceedings would grind to a halt. The resolution also forced the Secretariat to remove the details from the conference booklet that previously explained exactly how quorum is established, maintained, and questioned during assemblies. We ask that we review this and make the changes that are recommended by the Chiefs Charter.
Thank you, Chief Brake. So we will open now for discussion. I see we already have someone at microphone number 2.
Yeah, to clarify, Chief Kelsey Jack from Cold Lake First Nations. To clarify, rules do not show how a count is to be maintained, but only that it is to be done on each day. The resolution identifies both 51% and 60% of chiefs or proxies as sufficient to constitute a decision, which will add to a confusion. So, friendly recommendation: can I get clarity on the 51 and 60%? Or otherwise, just reject it and send it back for reconsideration.
Thank you, Chief Kelsey. So I believe I can answer that. When we look at them, in point B, we talk about quorum being maintained. So quorum will then be maintained so long as the number of chiefs and proxy representatives present on the floor of the assembly room, including those attending virtually, is equal to at least 51% of that initial count. So that is for quorum. Point 2, which then includes the insertion of Article 8.3, says decisions of the First Nations in Assembly shall be made as far as possible by consensus or general agreements. When all efforts at achieving consensus have been exhausted without success, a positive vote of 60% of the chiefs and proxy representatives of First Nations present in Assembly shall be sufficient to constitute a decision. So 60% is specific to the amount of votes for a motion or a resolution to be passed. 51% is specific to quorum. And if I understand well, we are now separating these two, as was explained in the whereas. They are currently within the same article. There will now be 2 articles to create that separation so that confusion can be dealt with. No one on microphone 1, so microphone 2.
Thank you, Chief Vernon Saddleback, Samson Cree Nation. I think I just need a little more clarity on that 51% matter, because I'm still kind of confused. My question is, you're going to be doing a head count at the beginning of the session. Now, where does that come with the registered chiefs who have registered to be here? Because, I was in the Alberta caucus room when the first vote was coming up, so I got to get into the room to go vote. But it doesn't answer my question about that whole 51%. Is it 51% of the registered chiefs who have registered to be here, or 51% of the ones who are sitting in a room at the beginning? That's my clarity question I'm asking. Thank you.
That is addressed in, I believe, point A. So on each day of the Assembly, a count will be conducted of chiefs and proxy representatives present on the floor of the Assembly room, including those who are present in designated virtual Assembly rooms. Basically what we're saying is that every day, so the process will no longer be day 1 registration, day 2 present. The rule will be the same on day 1, 2, and 3. So a count will have to happen again before any decisions. On each day of the Assembly, this is point C, quorum must be established prior to decision making by the First Nations in Assembly. So it allows also for a bit of room to let chiefs come into before counting for quorum. That is how the language describes it. Supplemental microphone 2, please.
Sorry, just real quick. My concern about just when a count is made, what if there's only 10 chiefs in a room at the time, and that would be your quorum for the day, right? And that's just my concern about how I read it. So that is my concern about that whole 51% of registered chiefs who are supposed to be here, or the 10 chiefs who are sitting here when a count is made, right? Because there's an ebb and flow to this room. That's my concern about the process. Thank you.
Perfect. It is noted. Thank you. Mike 2, you arrived first, so I'll go back to Mike 2.
Great, thank you. Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation.
I would just like to propose a friendly amendment where it says in Section B, on each day of the Assembly, a quorum will then be maintained so long as the number of chiefs and proxies present on the floor of the Assembly room, including those virtually, is equal to at least 51% of that initial count for the day. Now, assuming you have over 200 chiefs in attendance, you could have a majority, but under that 51%. You could be at, say, 50.5%. I would like to say it to be 50% plus 1, if that's okay for the mover and the seconder, just to make sure that a majority would rule at a quorum of over 200 chiefs in attendance.
Perfect. So the proposed amendment is in point 1B to replace 51% by 50% plus 1. Is that the language okay, Chief?
Yes, that's right.
Perfect. So I would go towards my mover, Chief Sidney Peters, to see if you accept the friendly amendment.
Yep, we're okay with that.
Thank you, Chief Peters. Microphone 1.
Thank you. Chief Calvin Sanderson, Sagastapis and Banner of the Cree Nation, Saskatchewan. I think we had a lengthy discussion on this motion, and I think we're all here to move resolutions because it's going to take a while. And I would suggest maybe on the resolution committee and see how much of them are duplicated so we can maybe omnibus them. So I think we're here to conduct some business, as some chief said. So I'll call question and let's get our agenda going. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm looking towards the floor for a final question. Okay, awesome. I would actually look towards the seconder, I'm sorry, to approve the amendment 2 of replacing 51% by 50% plus 1.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Seconder. And if we can have the updated wording be posted on the screen again, due to technical limitations, only the English version with the amendments will be presented. So technical staff, if you can have that set up, please. I will then go to microphone 2. I heard question was called, but since there's one last speaker, we will go to our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. The question I've got, and it's just around A and the clarification around the count. I would suggest that the count should end once the chair has called the meeting to order on each day. Because the way it reads, there is no defined time for that count. It looks to me like it's wide open all day. So that's just a suggestion because there is no definition of when the count ends.
Do you have a specific amendment that you would like to suggest?
I would recommend that it's once the chair calls the meeting to order. Because you never know if you're running late or if something is going on in the morning, and so once the chair calls the meeting to order, that count should end at that time.
So if I'm looking at point 1A, on each day of the Assembly, a count will be conducted of chiefs and proxy representatives present on the floor of the Assembly room. You would like to add, including those who are present in the designated virtual Assembly room.
Yeah, right at the end, possibly, when. I'll just read it to you here. When the chair calls the meeting to order, right at the end of that paragraph.
So that for the resolutions team would be 1A right at the end. I will wait to see. And may you identify yourself, please, Chief? Sorry. If you can give us your name and your community.
Oh, I'm Brian Asu, proxy for Clawetzi's First Nation.
Thank you, proxy. So the proposed amendment, with the wording that we have from our resolutions here, is in 1A, we add at the end of the thing, virtual assembly room, when the chair calls the meeting to order. So I will look towards my mover to see if you...
Yes, I'm okay with that amendment.
And if I could look towards our seconder first.
I'm also okay with that amendment.
All right. So we have both mover and seconder approval that we add when the chair calls the meeting to order at the end of point 1A. We had question called. I'll allow one last speaker and then I will close the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tim Catchaway. I'm the proxy for Chief Harley Chinji of McLeod Lake Indian Band, Treaty Number 8, BC. That last amendment, I have an issue with it. Just when specifically this roll call is to be made, because the meetings that we have in these assemblies, they start 8 a.m. Or sometimes 9 a.m. But at that particular moment in time, not necessarily all of the chiefs and proxies are in the room when that initial, as the amendment that was just approved by the mover and seconder, they're not all in the room when that count would take place. So it would kind of be a false number. I think that some appropriate language for that particular change would be when it's called upon by the chiefs or by a member of the assembly, not necessarily when the chair calls it, but it has to happen every single day. And I think the only time it should be called is when it's actually called by a member of the assembly during that day, not necessarily at the beginning.
Thank you, Proxy Catchaway. I will look towards our mover and seconders. So the language is, instead of when the chair calls the meeting to order, the proposed amendment is when called by a member of the assembly. And I'll wait for our resolutions team to propose that new language. So I'd look towards our mover and seconder. I would need the mover and seconders to speak on the motion, on the proposed amendment first. If I can have the mover or seconder.
I'm just going to say, yeah.
Whether you accept the proposed amendment of replacing with when called by a member of the assembly.
Yeah, I guess this, this does not need to be complicated. We all are representing our communities, and we're spending a whack of money to be here, to start these meetings, to do business. And as a result, people should be here. If they're not here, I do know that sometimes, there's emergencies where people are coming and going, but I think that there should be a certain time that everybody knows that you got to be here and show up. We're going to start the meeting at that particular time. And that should be when I think quorum or whatever needs to be taken into consideration. But of course, I think that, when it's called by a member of the assembly, that's fine to call to order, and then we start things. But, whether it's 9:30, 10 o'clock, we need to make that decision, and move it forward. We have people behind the scenes doing lots of agendas, and so everybody across the country know exactly what time it's going to happen, whether it's Eastern, Mountain, whatever it might be, so that everybody knows. If we put a time in on it, I think everybody knows they should be there. But, you know, when called a member of the Assembly, you know, when would that be called, I guess? There's no specific time. On all these agendas and stuff that's forwarded out, there's always a time and date. How else are we going to arrive here when it's actually supposed to start? So I think we should stick to the agenda or whatever time it's supposed to start, and then go from there. That's what I would like. That's what I'd like to see. Because again, it doesn't say what time.
So I understand that you are rejecting the amendment.
Yeah, I am.
Thank
Yes.
you, Peters. So if I could have the Resolutions Committee put the previous amendment that was accepted back on. And seeing as how question was called, we will now move on to a voting period. So I will start by asking if we have any opposition to Draft Resolution 02, clarifying rules and procedures for establishing quorum at AFN assemblies, as amended. Do we have any opposition? Yeah, if they can, when the chair calls the meeting to order. Thank you, Resolutions team. So again, as amended, is there any opposition to Draft Resolution 02, clarifying rules and procedures for establishing quorum at AFN assemblies? Is there anyone who wishes to abstain? Seeing none, Draft Resolution 02, clarifying rules and procedures for establishing quorum at AFN assemblies, as amended, is adopted by consensus. Thank you.
Okay, so we are now at the last charter draft resolution. So we are at draft resolution number 3, DR3, on time. And I am going to deal with it in French. Alors, cela va comme suit. J'aimerais premièrement demander aux techniciens de mettre le projet de résolution à l'écran et nous allons le lire au complet. Pour le moment, je vais commencer en vous donnant le titre. Alors, le projet de résolution sur la charte numéro 3/2024 intitulé « Amendement à la charte en vue de la création d'un conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap en tant qu'organe principal reconnu en vertu de l'article 5 de la charte de l'APN ». Ce projet de résolution sur la charte numéro 3 a été proposé par Chef Louis. Chief Louis, are you present in the room? Chief Byron Louis. Oh, yes. And sorry, it's not because it's difficult sometimes to see with the lightning, and so that is why sometimes I need your help. Yep. So thank you, Chief Louis, mover. I'm looking now if we have I think we have a seconder in the room. I saw your hand. So Chief James Hobart, seconder. Thank you very much. Don't go too far. We'll come back to you. But right now we are going to read it. So we're going to read and enter this draft resolution number 3 into the record. And I am going to read it in French, and we are going to read it all together. So a bit of French lesson for some of you maybe. OK, alors, attendu que l'APN soutient depuis des décennies les dirigeants des Premières Nations et les personnes handicapées des Premières Nations, afin de leur permettre de se faire entendre et de participer à la rédaction des textes de la Déclaration des Nations unies, de la Déclaration de l'Organisation des États américains sur les droits des peuples autochtones et du préambule de la Convention des Nations unies relative aux droits des personnes handicapées, entre autres. B. La déclaration stipule à l'article 21, paragraphe 2, une attention particulière est accordée aux droits et aux besoins particuliers des anciens, des femmes, des jeunes, des enfants et des personnes handicapées autochtones. C. Le préambule de la CDPH de l'ONU souligne que les personnes handicapées font l'objet de formes multiples ou aggravées de discrimination fondée sur la race, la couleur, le sexe, la langue, la religion, l'opinion publique ou toute autre opinion, l'origine nationale, ethnique, autochtone ou sociale, la fortune, la naissance, l'âge ou toute autre situation. La CDPH est le seul instrument des Nations unies relatif aux droits humains qui comporte une dimension explicite de développement durable. D. La Conférence mondiale sur les peuples autochtones de 2014 a appelé les entités et organes compétents des Nations unies à prendre des mesures pour inclure les peuples autochtones et les personnes handicapées dans leurs domaines de travail respectifs et à soutenir la création, le renforcement et le développement des capacités des organisations autochtones et de personnes handicapées. E. Un cadre fédéral intergouvernemental établi en 1997 intitulé In Unison, a Canadian Approach to Disability Issues, à l'unisson, une approche canadienne en matière de handicap, a démontré un engagement en faveur de la vision suivante. Les personnes handicapées participent en tant que citoyens à part entière à tous les aspects de la société canadienne. La pleine participation des personnes handicapées exige l'engagement de tous les segments de la société. La réalisation de cette vision permettra aux personnes handicapées de maximiser leur indépendance et d'améliorer leur bien-être en ayant accès aux mesures de soutien nécessaires et en éliminant les obstacles qui les empêchent de participer pleinement à la vie de la société. F. Au cours de la récession économique des années 80-90, le financement des réseaux régionaux des personnes handicapées des Premières Nations n'a pas été assuré et n'a pas été rétabli depuis. G. Compte tenu de ce vide, les réseaux de personnes handicapées des Premières Nations sont souvent remplacés par des groupes pan-canadiens et des modèles de financement pan-autochtones qui ne rendent souvent pas compte aux détenteurs de droits des Premières Nations. Cette politique coloniale et les contraintes budgétaires récurrentes continuent d'ignorer les institutions et les politiques juridiques, économiques, sociales, culturelles et de santé distinctes, ainsi que les droits humains fondamentaux des personnes handicapées des Premières Nations. H. En outre, le budget fédéral 2024 continue d'appliquer des contraintes fiscales aux obligations du Canada en matière de droits humains à l'égard des personnes handicapées et le gouvernement fédéral applaudit la prestation canadienne pour les personnes handicapées comme une victoire budgétaire, alors que, dans les faits, cette politique appauvrira encore davantage les PHPN et d'autres. I'm being advised to slow down. Which can be maybe understood. I'm sorry for that. Thank you all for your comprehension. I was trying to go a bit quicker, but maybe too fast. I'm going to slow down a bit. Sorry, and sorry for translation. I don't want to become your enemy. Okay, I will continue right now. So, le dernier attendu que I. La relation étroite entre les budgets publics des États et les mécanismes de protection des droits humains a été reconnue dans les instruments internationaux relatifs aux droits humains, selon lesquels les budgets des États doivent respecter leurs obligations en matière de droits humains, ce qui est fondamental pour défendre les droits des PHPN, entre autres. And sorry for sign languages as well. Thank you. Alors, nous allons maintenant à la partie de la décision du projet de résolution numéro 3. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Conformément à l'article 5.1, organes principaux, modifie la charte de l'APN pour inclure un conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap de l'APN au titre de l'article 5.1 et inclure sa composition au titre de l'article 23E et son rôle et sa fonction au titre de l'article 24E. 2. Enjoigne à l'APN de plaider en faveur de ressources durables pour soutenir la création d'un conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap de l'APN, y compris un financement suffisant. 3. Adopte la description suivante du conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap de l'APN, y compris sa composition, son rôle et ses fonctions. Le conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap, article 23E, composition. Oh, OK. 1. Le Conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap doit être composé de personnes et de gardiens du savoir des Premières Nations en situation de handicap, d'aidants des Premières Nations et de représentants de la communauté des non-voyants et malentendants des Premières Nations, entre autres. Le Conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap doit être composé d'hommes, de femmes et de personnes de LGBTQIA ayant une expérience vécue d'un handicap. Chaque région nomme et peut révoquer un membre pour siéger au Conseil, conformément au processus et aux procédures qui la régissent. 2. Le ou la présidente est choisi par les représentants du Conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap. Le mandat de chaque représentant est de 3 ans et il est renouvelable. Article 24E, rôle et fonctions. 1. Le rôle du Conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap est de fournir de l'aide, des conseils et du soutien au chef national ou à la chef nationale, au comité exécutif et aux Premières Nations en Assemblée afin de soutenir la création, le renforcement et le développement des capacités de l'APN en ce qui concerne les PHPN. 2. Le Conseil de l'accessibilité et du handicap peut discuter de toute question ou de tout sujet relevant de la portée de la présente charte ou concernant les pouvoirs et les fonctions de tout organe prévu par la présente charte et faire des recommandations au comité exécutif, à la Confédération des Nations, au comité exécutif de l'APN ou à tout autre organe subsidiaire sur toute question ou tout sujet pertinent. So, thank you for your patience. This draft resolution number 3 has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record, and I am going to open the floor for debate or discussions on this draft resolution number 3, and I'm going to give or invite the mover to present this draft resolution. Microphone number 2, mover, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band, and I'd like to briefly talk to this amendment because I think it's so important. When we're talking about accessibility and disabilities, we don't realize how much that actually touches our communities. Presently, about 1992, we're all familiar with CMHC coming out with their housing program, and one of the pushes back then was telling all communities, well, you need to build 2-story homes because you get more floor space, lower footprint, and our people in our community told them, do not be building those types of houses. We live in these homes from cradle to the grave. And as you come into our community, you can see we lost a battle. There's over 300 homes built today with the costs of putting in infrastructure for accessibilities with ramps, showers, widening doors from 32 to 36-inch doors for handicap. That's about $60,000 per home. And with about 300 homes, that comes out to be about a little over $18 million just for renovations. And when we talked about that, we looked at having a window of 20 years to sort of fits with the demographic. And when you look at that demographic, it's about 7.6 to 7.9% of our population, and we have about 2,300. So when you're talking about that type of disabilities and that we were talking about having about 15 homes a year being prepared for people with disabilities. And of the 26 renovations, over half of those were for disabilities. And if you look at that, most of the people that started in 1982 are now over in that demographic at 65. There isn't a bank in Canada that will give them a loan for $60,000 for those renovations. And when you also look at disabilities, and the reason why I bring this up is I'm a father of a daughter. My oldest daughter was born with spina bifida, and she was confined to a wheelchair since birth. And I can tell everyone in this room that there's no one amongst our people that are more disadvantaged than the people with disabilities. And there's, when she was about 7 years old and we're looking for treatment for her ailment, what we were told by, it was FNIB and federal representatives that came out from Salmon Arm, came in and sat us down in our house, and they told us the solution for our daughter to get medical treatment, access to all the benefits everyone takes for granted off reserve. They told us what the solution was, that we're to give our daughter up to care and it should be moved into the neighboring community, and that's where their solution was. It was basically to accommodate them and for their conveniences, and has nothing to do with our disabled people. When you start looking also at disabilities, take for instance, when you look at the percentage of 25% of our population under 14 years of age, think for a moment all the kids in care. Think of all the damages that they have for mental and also for psychological damages. Look at the people that actually already went through. And when we haven't even talked about diabetes, that's now about 17% of our population. And if you look in our communities, we have about 29% of our population at 2,300 people have diabetes. That's over well over 600 people. When you start looking at those costs on an average, and this is an average, it is $18,306 per individual for treatment of diabetes. And you think for a moment, even when our single community out of 634 communities, that's roughly about $10 million just for treatment of diabetes. So when they're talking about disabilities, we really need to start moving on that, because we do have an aging population and this is so important. Okay, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief, for this very important matter. Seconder, microphone number 1.
Kukshem. Azuman Quenched and Squenched, Chief James Hobart of the Spuzzum First Nation in the beautiful British Columbia. Thank you for welcoming us here. So I'll tell you what this is not. This is not a challenge to any legislation. It's not a challenge to the medicine chest. What it is inclusion. It's moving stuff forward for us to, sadly, to catch up to what you've heard already. I don't know if any of you were able to keep up in French, but the UN is already stating that there's not enough representation for the disabled and inaccessible that we have in our nations. And so Byron was really clear in describing what that's about. What I'm here is to tell you that we've seen councils get started for less than this, and this is an important council, I would say, that we're really working with the AFN to consider, and for all the chiefs to vote yes to a council, to a position for those that at one time would have been considered honorable in our nations, those ones that had those gifts. And that's what I want you to understand. That's what we're saying. They need to have that voice that they can't have. Imagine right now if a person is disabled of some sort, and at 3 years old they're diagnosed, by the time they're 18 they're still age out. There's no voice for them to say, listen, they're still 3 years old. So we want to make sure that there's a council that helps move this forward, and we also, so that they can take into consideration our aging demographics and stuff. So that's what I was going to speak on, is just to promote this. I'm on another resolution, but at the same time this is a huge importance to the charter resolution renewal. So Kukstemach.
Yep. Miigwech, Chief. Seconder. Microphone number 2, please.
Hugh Breaker, proxy for Chief Ken Watts from Tishat. I support the motion. I just want clarification. Who is going to define what the disability is? When you look at the health authorities, and I'm going to quote, severe substance abuse is classified as a form of substance dependence, which has been recognized as a form of disability. So I want to know, are people suffering from alcohol abuse or drug dependency? Are they included within the same committee, or are we here talking about mostly, I don't want to say the usual disabilities, that sounds awful, but what many of us recognize as disabilities with wheelchairs, etc. So I just want that clarification, please.
Miigwech, Chief. Yes, I see that mover is going to microphone number 2 to address this clarification request. So over to microphone number 2. Thank you.
Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. I think when we're looking at, definitions, we should never rely on government to create those definitions. We have to be the ones that define what exactly is disability, what exactly is a problem with accessibilities, because when we're talking about diabetes or any other of those isms or any of the multi-generation, and if you look at that, there's even studies now that say that trauma is actually multi-generational and it's passed genetically down to your kids and through that, and I think they call it epidemiology, I think that's what the word is. But anyway, you look at the traumas of our people, and I think we got to really take into consideration, we just can't simply define or create, silo definitions, because it happens so much in our communities that it could also be health, it could also be mental health, it could it could be all these different factors that we need to consider. But to answer Hugh's question, it's got to be us that define what exactly is a disability and what exactly is accessibility. That is for nobody to decide except for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Miigwech. Yep, for us to decide. Okay, we're going to go to the last two speakers because we have many other draft resolutions to hit the floor. So over to microphone number 1, please.
Hawkesby Quinney. The RAP program helps people with disabilities. It's been cut down from 120,000 down to 60,000 now, so they combined it, so there's no longer a disability component. So there's less resources available to help address the needs of people with disabilities, particularly with home renovations. There's a lot of diabetics that are amputees. They need ramps, they need door widening, they need their plumbing, they need their shower instead of a bathtub. But also the affordability for housing affects disability. Their shelter allowances under their ODSP is not keeping pace with the cost of rents. So many of them are becoming homeless, struggling to find a place they can afford to live. And so this is just the reality. So I'd like to make sure this committee has the power to look at what's happening with resources that are there to assist with disability, both at CMHC and provincial sources, to make sure that there's adequate funds to address their needs, because right now there isn't. There's also people that cannot afford to go in when they're hospitalized because of their disability. They can't go into assisted living because they can't afford the rent. The shelter allowances are short of the cost of being there, so they don't have a lot of options. And so I think you have to look at the whole affordability. What challenges are people with disabilities facing in terms of affordability? A lot of them don't have big pension funds because they didn't earn a lot of money when they worked. They were low-paying jobs. So that affects the amount they get from Canada Pension. When it's topped up by ODSP, it's still not enough to put a roof over their head. So these are the kinds of issues. I know that we have a member that's at the Port Hope Hospital, can't go into assisted living because they don't have enough income. There's no other options, and that we have a lack of housing in our communities. Some of them can't have dialysis to have medical treatment at home because there's a lack of safe drinking water. Some of them can't have nursing care because of the lack of clean water. So these are the kinds of situations that people that are disabled are faced with. So I'd like to see that the whole resourcing issue looked at and some strong advocacy from the AFN on that. Thank you very much.
Miigwech, Chief. Very important, Miigwech. Last speaker on this draft resolution number 3, microphone number 1.
Vera Mitchell, Chief of Popular First Nation in Manitoba. I'm from northern Manitoba, and I support this resolution, that creation of a council, but I hope it doesn't get lost in the process of defining what disability is. Because in our communities, we have real situations that our communities face, especially an isolated community. It costs $260 to fly from my community to Winnipeg. No hospital, no road. But I think we lose we lose a lot too because we don't have access to resources and services. Like, for example, our children that age out, that turn 18, you know, if they're disabled, whether it's physically or mentally, if they don't have family to take care of them, then they have nobody, and there's no place to put them. In our community, there's no such thing as independent living for young adults or 24-hour care for some of the adults that are so severely disabled, they have nowhere to go. If you don't have parents or you don't have grandparents to take care of you, where are you supposed to go? I hope those concerns and those points from the grassroots will be addressed in this council. Be good.
Chief, I already closed the speakers list. So there were 2 minutes left on the last timer of the last chief. So if you can put back the 2 minutes, and if we have a deal, I'm going to give you the last 2 minutes that was left. But it's an exception because I already closed the speakers list. But just to be kind, I'm going to acknowledge because there were 2 minutes left. So microphone number 2, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Raymond Fletcher and Dinka, the St. Point Dulces, and Senior Nation. I support the motion because where I come from, like the previous speaker just mentioned, that we live in a remote area, country. We're all disabled. My community is all disabled. There's no accessibility. The housing, we have poor, very poor housing. We have a housing crisis back home, and that keeps us disabled, right? I just wanted to mention that it's the government that keeps us disabled, and we want proper housing, adequate housing for everybody, all nations in the country. Thank you so much.
Miigwech Chief, so this ends our discussion period. I'm going to put the matter to a vote and call the question. First, is there any opposition to this draft resolution number 3? Any opposition in the room? I don't see any opposition, so no opposition. Any abstention in the room? Just to make sure, if you want your abstention to be noted. No abstention. So on that, I now declare that draft resolution number 3 has passed by consensus. So congratulations to you all. Very important matter. Congratulations. Yep. Another consensus. So on that finishes the part related to draft resolution related to charter, and we will now proceed to the next draft resolution number. Oh, I'm gonna let my colleague announce it. So later, thank you.
Now that we're warmed up, we're going to be moving on to draft resolution, or emergency resolution, ER01. So this one was handed out to you after lunch. You should have a copy, and it should also be put on screens. Thank you, technical staff. I will be looking for ER01, titled Response to Report on Preliminary Audit of AFN Finances. Was moved by Chief Dylan Whiteduck. Is Chief Dylan Whiteduck here? I see you standing. And seconded by Chief Jenny Brake. Is Jenny Brake close? I see you standing too. In order to save on time, we will be just going directly to the therefore be it resolved. You have the whereas in your packages. So, for the record, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, agree that a forensic audit of the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, National Indian Brotherhood, is not warranted and should not be undertaken. 2, direct the AFN to update all of its policies to ensure that they comply with the Canada Labour Code. 3, direct the AFN to update all of its policies to ensure that there are clear processes for contract procedures, including enforcement and disciplinary measures of AFN employees for non-compliance. 4, direct the AFN to provide formal training for the CEO, in parentheses, including interim acting CEOs, and senior staff, including the National Chief Office staff, on the prevailing AFN financial policy with a specific focus on procedures for AFN contract approvals and processing. Such training shall be mandatory on an annual basis. Failure to participate in complete training shall be cause for disciplinary action that may include termination. And therefore be resolved number 5, direct the AFN to impose strict compliance and enforcement policies on the use of credit cards issued by the AFN. Failure to submit receipts on a monthly basis will result in the cancellation of the AFN credit card, and this shall be strictly enforced by the CEO, in parentheses, or interim acting CEO, with no exceptions. So I will look towards our mover, Chief Dylan White Duck, if you want to come to microphone number 2.
Chief White Duck, Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabe. The resolution is pretty straightforward. The Resolutions Committee, I just want to let you know that I joined the Resolutions Committee to help the AFN. Obviously, there was a seat vacant. I took the opportunity to learn more about the AFN and see how the charter process goes. And through that process, there was a lot of things that were happening. And one of the recommendations from that original resolution that was voted on in Vancouver in 2021 was that it went to the Charter Renewal Committee. So once it went down to the Charter Renewal Committee, we've seen a little bit of turnover. And that's when we started to see new faces on the Charter Renewal Committee and new people joining it. There was a lot of good people. They all moved on. But essentially, there was a lot of discrepancy in terms of legal. We couldn't go back, the Charter Renewal couldn't go back more than, I believe, 7 years. There was some legal context of 10 years versus 7 years. And at the end of the day, when the Charter Renewal Committee was mandated to get a quote, BDO couldn't actually provide a quote to conduct a forensic audit. Their mandate to conduct the audit was to do a forensic audit for 10 years was, they had to look at all the records and everything for the last 7 years. And their opinion after reviewing the 7 years of the audits from the AFN was that there was some clerical errors, there was some stuff that happened, but it was very minuscule in terms of not providing receipts and some off contracts in terms of the regional chiefs making the final decision at times. So essentially, we were kind of one-legged at one point, but we gathered ourselves. We had always quorum. We always maintained that as the Charter Renewal Committee. And at this time, BDO did an audit for an analysis audit of the situation for the AFN. And that's when it began to see that they concluded that there was no findings to conduct a 10-year forensic audit because there was no statutes of the 7 years that they conducted of their review. So essentially, it is to pass the buck over from the Charter Renewal Committee and get the ball out of our court back to the regional chiefs and the assembly here for the chiefs to make a decision on to whether you choose to continue with that resolution or to cancel all this stuff that we all been through the last several years. So it's time for us to kind of close this chapter on this process of a forensic audit and move forward and work all together and come together as chiefs across the country and work together as First Nations. Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, mover Chief Dylan White Duck. I will now move along to our seconder, Chief Brake.
Thank you. Oh, hello? Thank you. I just want to add that the BDO report does advise us to move on with the recommendations, and any organization throughout its time is going to come along circumstances that will provide change to any kind of financial policies, and we are no different. So I think that the recommendations made by BDO will save us a lot of time and money and allow us to go forward in a good way.
Thank you, Chief Brake. So we will now be going to our discussion period, if those want to address the things to come to the mic. And I will start with microphone number 1.
Good afternoon, Chief Wilfred King, Kiasoging and Anishinaabe, Gulbe First Nation. I fully support the resolution. I think there's a typo. It's a friendly amendment on paragraph C. It talks about the audits approved at the July 2024 Annual General Assembly in Halifax. I think that should be 2023 on that. Also, I know there's a reference to the BDO report that was contained in our packages, and that was deemed to be private and confidential. And again, I don't know if we should be discussing that or the contents of that unless we go in camera. I'll leave it to your discretion, Mr. Chair. But I fully support the resolution because I think it made it very clear that what's been investigated, there was no findings to conduct a forensic audit. And for the record, I was one of the chiefs that was accused of impropriety by the former national chief. And I do have an apology letter from her. I'd like to read it aloud, considering I have 3 minutes left. It says here, to whom it may concern, I wish to apologize to Chief Wilfred King of Kiasagi and Anishinaabe Gulbe First Nation for a statement I made in my July 1st, 2022 email to the chiefs of the First Nations in Assembly of the Assembly of First Nations for any offense he took to the contents of the email. I wish to further apologize for statements I made to the media, chiefs in Assembly, and on my social media, which further exacerbated the July 1st statement. While it is not my intention to make insinuations about his good character, I regret my choice of words. I understand why he feels attacked by me. I apologize unreservedly to Chief King for the hurt my comments may have caused him and his reputation. I am hopeful that we will restore peace and harmony to our relationship moving forward. Sincerely, Roseanne Archibald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief King. So we had a proposed amendment in the whereas C to correct the date of July 2024 for July 2023. I will look towards our mover, Chief White Duck. Chief White Duck, proposed amendment to correct a typo in whereas C that says July 2024 Annual General Assembly to correct it for July 2023.
So we're just changing the dates and putting it, yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's
Correcting
good.
a typo.
Good idea.
Looking towards our seconder. Thank you.
Of course.
Microphone 2, please.
Chief Kelsey Jack from Cold Lake First Nation. I just have a question. Who approves the audit? I thought the chiefs approved the audit. That's just my comment.
Thank you, Chief Jacko. I will go back to microphone number 2.
Thank you. Leah George Wilson, proxy for Fort Nelson, Chief Charlene Gale. Just a question. Wondering when the chiefs would know when the updates are made to the policies and procedures. I don't know that it needs to be in the resolution, but we'd like to know when it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Wilson. I've been advised that maybe microphone 1 would have answers to that. Microphone 1.
No, Chief Wilfred King, Gulbe First Nation. That was a question I asked this morning because I think the resolution talks about the chiefs approving the audits, and for years, it's my recollection that the chiefs did approve the audits after it was presented to the chiefs in Assembly. And whether or not it's in the rules of procedure or not, or whether or not it's in our policies, if it's a convention, it becomes the law of the organization. So I asked that question this morning. I don't think I got a satisfactory answer. And I'm just concerned that that we didn't follow that same process we've been following for years. So I'm not sure if that answers the question of the previous speaker, Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief King. I would look towards then our mover, if there was answers or... So we will go to microphone 1.
Ani, Chief Laurie Carr, Hiawatha First Nation. I just wanted to ask for a friendly amendment and ask that we perhaps add a number 6 that says up to 1 year to complete numbers 2 through 5, just so that we have timelines for getting the work done. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Laurie. So we have an amendment that is proposed to add a point 6 that says the AFN would have up to 1 year to complete points 2 to 5. Is the wording correct, Chief Laurie? So if I'll look towards our resolutions committee, if they can have that put up in the therefore be it resolved, so that we may have it on screen as we discuss, and have our technicians scroll down, please. So the proposed amendment is to add a therefore be it resolved 6, that the AFN would have up to 1 year to complete, therefore be it resolves 2 to 5. I would look towards our mover.
I'll
give you a moment. Okay. Microphone 2.
I spoke to my colleague, and we're going to have to disagree with that amendment. The reason being, they should have been always followed from the very beginning and the outset. If all these policies and all these things and all the stuff that the AFN should have been doing, we wouldn't have been in this mess in the first place. So they should be following it from day one. Once this resolution is passed here today, just follow the policies. Let's get everything in order at the AFN. There's no time, they don't have a year to get it done. Start today once this resolution is voted on and passed. Miigwech.
I agree with my colleague. I think it should be implemented immediately.
So the proposed amendment for the addition of a 6 has been rejected. I would go back to microphone number 1.
Okay, then I would like to ask whether, if you don't agree with the year, is that I would like to see a timeline. I would like to see something comes out that this work has been done and we're not sitting here. This has been carrying on a long time now. I'd like to see something that says this work is going to be done or when it's done.
Seeing as how the motion or the proposed amendment was rejected, we will have to leave it at that. I will look towards our microphones for final comments before we go to a vote. Seeing none, we will now proceed to the voting process, and I will ask if there is any objections to draft resolution or emergency resolution number 1, response to report on preliminary audit of AFN finances. Is there any opposition? The voting period's begun at Chief King.
Hello, Chief King, Kiasagi, Nishnabek, Galway First Nation. There's no opposition to it, just a point of order. The question wasn't called. I think we have to get our rules of order in place here, folks. You know, question should be called before you go to a vote. I'd call in question.
Thank you, Chief King. So looking towards the Assembly, are there any opposition to emergency resolution 1, response to report on preliminary audit of AFN finances? Seeing none, is there any abstentions to emergency resolution number 1, response to report on preliminary audit of AFN finances? Seeing none, emergency resolution number 1, response to report on preliminary audit of AFN finances is accepted. I now move it on to my colleague, Véronique.
Just quickly, in between two resolutions, draft resolutions, I wanted to say that I received some information about the event tonight. So at 5 p.m., the participants can leave Montreal to go to Ganawagi. It's about a 30 minutes drive from here, maybe a bit less. At 6 p.m. is the arrival at the Golden Age Club. And there's the meal until 7:30. There's a welcoming word to the territory. And then there's a meet and greet with networking. And at 8 p.m., there's a lacrosse game. So if you don't want to miss that, you can go to Ganawagi right after the assembly. And as we don't want to keep all the information for the end, I will also remind you that tomorrow morning there is the pipe ceremony again with Cheyenne Kitschakik at 7 a.m. And the Circle of Trade starts at 9 as well. So that's a little housekeeping for tonight and tomorrow morning. And now we can pass on to the next resolution. Thank you.
Bien, oui, Véronique. Merci, Véronique. On that, chiefs and proxies, or as the rules of procedures now refer you to chiefs and proxy representatives. So I'm inviting you for your attention for the next draft resolution, number 5. And I'm going to ask if we can put it up on the screen. And I wanted to read it in French, but be aware it's only the therefore be it resolved section that will be read, since it's not a charter draft resolution. OK, on that. Le titre du projet de résolution numéro 5-2024 est intitulé « Sécurité financière des bureaux régionaux de l'APN ». Ce projet de résolution numéro 5 a été proposé par Nashariani Eric Morris. Mover, are you present in the room? You are the mover, microphone number 1.
Proxy for Eric Morris, Alex Oakley, Teslin Council.
Can you please repeat once again, sorry, your name, full name?
Alex Oakley, proxy for Eric Morris.
Miigwech, Chief. Proxy. Okay, the mover, the seconder now, Amanda Alias, Chief. Yes, Chief is at the microphone number 1. The usual, please stay nearby. Nous allons maintenant lire le projet de résolution numéro 5 et je vais aller directement à la portion de la décision du projet de résolution et cela commence comme suit. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations à l'Assemblée, 1. Enjoignent au secrétariat, à la chef nationale et au comité exécutif de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations de collaborer à l'établissement d'une formule de financement en vue de définir une allocation de base pour les bureaux régionaux de l'APN. 2. Enjoignent à l'APN et à la chef nationale de plaider auprès du Canada pour l'obtention de ressources financières durables à long terme afin de soutenir les opérations essentielles des bureaux régionaux de l'APN pour l'année 2025-2026 et au-delà. 3. Enjoignent à l'APN et à la chef nationale d'élaborer et de mettre en œuvre une stratégie de lobbying pour obtenir un financement fédéral qui réponde aux besoins de financement annuels des bureaux régionaux de l'APN. Et le dernier, numéro 4, enjoignent à l'APN de présenter un rapport à ce sujet aux Premières Nations de l'Assemblée en décembre 2024. Alors, ce projet de résolution numéro 5, intitulé « Sécurité financière des bureaux régionaux de l'APN » a été proposé, coproposé, il a été lu et a été entré au registre. Alors, je vais maintenant ouvrir la période de discussion et inviter le proposeur, s'il a des commentaires ou s'il souhaite s'adresser à l'Assemblée. Il a au plus 4 minutes. So, mover, would you like to address the Assembly? You have up to 4 minutes. Mover, would you like to address the Assembly? You have up to 4 minutes. Microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. I won't take 4 minutes. I just have a couple speaking notes here. The financial security is important. The AFN Charter is clear on national office, corresponding secretariat, and serves the interest of AFN members, which is all of us. The AFN Executive, recognized as a principal body with the AFN Charter, provides leadership to the national organization secretariat informed by the historical, cultural, and political perspectives of the Yukon regions as brought forward by the respective regional chiefs. As the First Nations in Assembly, to continue to address the complex issues and priorities of the membership, these matters are also need the attention of AFN EC. So, more so what I'm getting at is that we expect more out of our AFN regional chiefs with less funding. So as a leader, I mean, I'm always expected to do more with less funding, and then I in turn pass that off onto the AFN, expect more with less funding for them to operate with. So I yield the rest of my time to Amanda.
Chief Amanda Lease to On Quechan Council. In more recent years, we have seen the national organization and secretariat grow and their financial resources increase. Noting that the AFN budget for 2024-25 fiscal year has been identified as $75.6 million, with only 1.5 expected to be distributed to the regions, which equates to $150,000, whereas the national office core funding is set at $6.5 million. Correspondingly, we have minimal resources dedicated to support the regional chiefs and the regional offices to support the necessary work to advance the interest and priorities of First Nations rights holders within their respective regions. Similarly, the national chief receives the security of financial resources for its office. We seek the support of First Nations in Assembly to make the financial security of the regional chiefs and their respective regions a priority as well. Shonithan, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. Microphone number 2, please.
Chief Kelsey Jalico, Cold Lake First Nation. I suggest making a point 4 to point 5 and inserting a new point for point 4, which reads, directed the AFN and the National Chief to identify alternative funding mechanisms to ensure member nations without a regional office or representative are able to participate in the co-development of policies and procedures, regardless of the presence of a formalized AFN office in that region. Masi.
Miigwech, Chief. Okay, so there's a member of the resolution committee team that is making sure that we got the correct language for the proposed amendment, and we will put it up on the screen right after it is discussed with the chief. Okay, so we got okay, you all see it now. So we will read it together. So it is proposed to add a new, therefore be it resolved, number 4, direct the AFN and National Chief to identify alternative funding mechanisms to ensure member nations without a regional office or representative are able to participate in the co-development of policies and procedures regardless of the presence of a formalized AFN office in that region. Chief, at microphone number 2, can you please confirm this language reflects what you just proposed?
Nazoo, good.
Miigwech, Chief. I am now looking at the mover and the seconder. I want to make sure that the mover and the seconder do agree to that proposed amendment, and I see thumbs up. That means that they are in favor of this proposed amendment. Microphone number 1.
Yes, we agree.
Great. Miigwech for that. So Draft resolution number 5 has been amended. Any other chief's proxies that wish to speak to that matter before we put that matter to a vote? I see no one at the microphone, so we are ready to call the question. And on that, I'm going to check. I'm going to ask, if there's any opposition in the room for draft resolution number 5, entitled "Financial Security for AFN Regional Offices." I see one opposition in the room. I'm going to ask my colleague. Oh, hands there. So I see 2 oppositions at my left. So 3, total of 3 oppositions. If there are new oppositions, just raise your red lanyard so I can see it. And I don't see any other opposition. So 3 oppositions. Any abstention in the room? Any abstentions in the room? I don't see any abstention. So I now declare that draft resolution number 5, entitled "Financial Security for AFN Regional Offices" as amended, is carried by majority. Congratulations. So on that, I'm going to turn the floor over to my colleague, Cedric.
It is now time for draft resolution 06, support for increased attendance of members at AFN assemblies. We have as a mover Chief Sean Smith from Kwanlin Dun First Nation. Do we have Chief Sean Smith with us? Microphone 1, please.
Linda Moan, proxy for Chief Sean Smith.
Thank you. Proxy Moan, and you are moving the resolution? Thank you. And we have as seconder proxy Alex Oakley, who is just here with us from Teslin Tlingit Council. I see that our resolutions committee is updating the form. Thank you very much. We will read that therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, support the spirit and intent of this resolution and recognize that the recommendations may require charter amendments. And therefore be it resolved 2, directs the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to examine and provide recommendations at the December 2024 Special Chiefs Assembly to the First Nations in Assembly, specifically addressing A, technical requirements and a cost-benefit analysis to change the AFN Summer Assembly to become an AFN Spring Assembly to support First Nations leaderships to attend to local matters during summer period. B, cost considerations for members to attend assemblies in person in election years when the First Nations in Assembly are electing their national chief. And C, any other considerations that the First Nations in Assembly may need to consider when making a decision to realize the objectives of this resolution. I will move to Proxy Linda Moan for your opening comments.
Thank you, Chair. As we are aware, the AFN represents 600 First Nations across Canada. However, we have noticed a decline due to the COVID pandemic, which we are starting to see the numbers go back and being increased. There are other contributing factors to why members are either able to unattend or required to stay home in their communities, linked to devastating impacts of climate change. Back home in the Yukon, there are currently 70+ active fires, and in previous years we have seen devastating impacts of flooding and forest fires in BC and across Turtle Island. These natural disasters continue to happen during the summer periods and require leadership to stay at their home communities to insist maintaining stability. It is foreseeable that these disasters will continue to be a part of the natural cycles our communities have to navigate and manage. Historically, the AFN holds the assembly in summer months. This year, the Yukon has 3 out of the 14 First Nations represented because our leadership is at home tending to these forest fires and tremendous loss due to the opioid crisis. The Yukon leadership sees value in participating in these assemblies. While attending these meetings conflict with community priorities, the community priorities will prevail. As the resolution sets out, we are seeking the AFN to support looking at scheduling a spring assembly to replace the summer assembly to alleviate the pressures leadership faces and encourage increased participation. Representation matters. The resolution also speaks to increasing participation in the assemblies by making attendance more cost-effective. It is more expensive during the summer months for hotels and travel. Increased participation is important to build First Nation awareness of decisions that are being made on behalf of the right holders and to increase public confidence in the organization. Travel to attend these assemblies add an additional 2 travel days for us living in the north. It is also very time-consuming. We seek the First Nation and Assembly to support the National Office to reevaluate the registration costs and seek additional federal resources to decrease direct costs to the First Nations. An alternative and option that presents the greatest potential is to have Assembly as a hybrid, with the exception of the Assembly to elect and/or select the National Chief. These assemblies are necessary to be in person to allow meaningful engagement with the candidates and votes. As well, holding a virtual assembly has been tried and tested. We appreciate that there is a cost to provide hybrid assemblies. However, we maintain the view that the cost of accommodating the AFN membership, who are the right holders to the matters to this national organization advances, should take the precedence, and that the Secretariat be directed to incorporate necessary measures and seek the necessary resources or adjust the organization budget to meet the needs of the AFN membership. Ganeshish, thank you.
Thank you, Proxy. I'll now look towards our seconder proxy, Alex Oakley, if you have any comments you would like to share.
No, I got none. Just one. With COVID and the hybrid option, I really didn't see an increase in our own participation, so it's something we all have to consider. I mean, it does, if you think of the financial means that some people have traveling from northern communities, it is very costly for them, and it's more cheaper for them to participate virtually, so thanks.
Thank you, Proxy Oakley. So I'll now open it up to the floor for discussion. If there's any chiefs that have comments, we have microphone number 2, Chief White Duck.
Just a friendly amendment, if we please. I don't think we should put in this type of decision on the Chiefs Charter Renewal Committee. It should be a decision made by perhaps the regional chiefs or all the chiefs in assembly. Putting this burden on the regional, the charter renewal, it's very cumbersome. I'll let you know that. I've been on this for about 5 months now, I believe, and there's other priorities that we have to focus on sometimes when we meet about once a month, or twice a month. But I think the wording has to be changed where it's not put on us, the onus to make that decision. It's just too much for us to decide if we're going to have it in the spring or in the summer. Just something that I want to just comment to, or just make a friendly amendment if we could make someone else perhaps make that big decision on behalf of the entire assembly. And I want to let you also know that cities do bid on where they have these big assemblies, and I believe that I asked that question too because we were trying to look at that, and it's always mandated in the charter that's in the summer. So these cities, they bid on these locations to have us come to these cities, and it's always been planned out for the next 3 years. So it'd have to be a big amendment and big process of change to get that all overturned and stuff. So I just want to make that comment, but also making a friendly amendment to perhaps making somebody else make that big decision for the dates.
Thank you, Chief White Duck. So There's a start to a proposed amendment. If you can stay close, Dylan, because I would ask, who do you think we should amend it to? What language do you propose? And maybe then I'd look towards our mover and seconder to see if you have comments. If we can have microphone number 2, please.
I would support the AFN executive make that decision. Work with your regional chiefs and get them to lobby on your behalf if it's a spring or a summer. But honestly, it should be the regional chiefs that step up to make that decision and get the support from their chiefs.
Thank you, Chief White. So the proposed amendment would be, and therefore be it resolved to direct the AFN executive to examine and provide recommendations at the December 2024 Special Chiefs Assembly to the First Nations and Assembly, specifically addressing point A, B, and C. So I would look towards our mover first and our seconder after. To either
We agree.
agree. Proxy Oakley too. Thank you. So the amendment is accepted. We have the language on our English version here. So thank you. Microphone number 1, Chief King.
Good afternoon, Chief Wilfred King, Kiaslagi, Schnebeck, Gulbay First Nation. I just want the mover and the seconder to consider that there are a lot of communities in Northern Ontario that are impacted by spring breakup. Some have winter roads that are melting. Planes cannot fly out of those communities at times. I think from our perspective, again, I'm not speaking for our remote northern communities, but I'm a semi-remote community. The best time for my community is during the summer. So if there is going to be a change, I think they have to look at those communities that might be greatly impacted by attending because of spring thaw. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief King. Looking towards the microphones to see if there's any more discussion to be had. I see some representatives getting up. Final call for comments. Microphone 1, please.
Chief Amanda Lease, Ta'an Quechan Council, Whitehorse, Yukon. I'm wondering, maybe it's a little too wordy and it's asking too much for one resolution. So just a friendly amendment. Can we take out A? And again, we can have AFN executive discuss the timing of it, but we're really looking for the hybrid option as well. So if the mover and seconder are okay with that. Thanks.
So the proposed amendment by Chief Lease is to strike out 2A, that says technical requirements and a cost-benefit analysis to change the AFN Summer Assembly to become an AFN Spring Assembly to support First Nations leadership to attend to local matters during the summer period, to strike out the entire part, 2A. I look towards our mover and seconder.
I agree.
Seconder?
I agree too.
Thank you. So the amendment is approved. One final look around. Any other comments, questions? If not, or we have microphone number 2.
Lee Span, Chief Quarterband. If there's an amendment and it's going to be virtual, the information should be made so that way there's a time difference as well too, because when there's meetings happening back east here and they're sent to us in BC, they're always given the Eastern time. They should include both times because it confuses participants when they want to enter into a meeting. Just saying.
Thank you, Chief Steeran. Looking towards the microphones. We will then proceed to the vote. So I will ask if there's any opposition to draft resolution 6, support for increased attendance of members at AFN assemblies. We have a point of order being raised. If we can have microphone 1, please.
Tim Catchway, proxy for Chief Chinji. correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be in conflict with the resolution that just passed a couple of minutes ago. I believe it's resolution number 1, which already states that the AFN National Chief election is going to be held both in person and virtually. Am I wrong?
So the new, therefore be it resolved, support the spirit and intent of this resolution and recognize that the recommendations may require charter amendments. And 2, direct the AFN executive to examine and provide recommendations at the December 2024 Special Chiefs Assembly.
So it would be B, that would be in conflict with a resolution that just was accepted by the Chiefs in Assembly.
Perfect. So point of order taken. I will speak with my resolutions committee and my co-chairs, and we'll get back to it. Thank you for your patience. So the point of order that was being raised saying that there's a contradiction, what we're looking at is examining and providing recommendations. And we look at point B, it's cost considerations for members to attend assemblies in person. It's not obliging people to attend in person. So that's why the language is specifically written this way. And then the recommendations could be any of the above.
So is
Microphone 1, please.
your analysis then is that they're not in conflict?
Exactly, because this one is just to look to examine and provide recommendations. It is not an enforcement or, what we used? It's not a requirement, yeah.
It's not a requirement to attend in person?
Not according to this language, because it's to look at examining and providing recommendations on the topic of cost considerations for members who attend assemblies in person in election years.
Okay, so if I can propose a friendly amendment, it would be to strike B from this particular resolution. So, I mean, that's up to the mover and seconder, right?
Thank you. So we dealt with the point of order. However, the amendment, we had already gone into the voting period, so we cannot amend further. So we will continue on with the vote. We had asked for any opposition. We will now ask if anyone abstains. Seeing none. Draft Resolution 6, support for increased attendance of members at AFN assemblies, is accepted as amended by consensus.
Merci, Cédric. And congratulations to you all. Okay, here we are on this first day of this 3-day AGA, 45th AFN AGA, last draft resolution for the day. So you did a lot of great work. Some more decision, another last decision on that, on the draft resolution. So I will now invite you to, for your attention on on revised draft resolution number 37. I've been told, and we can all see that this draft resolution has been revised. So I've been told that small or minor changes were included. We will read them, all the changes in the whereas section. We'll look at them together, and we will read the full therefore be it resolved sections together. But before doing that, title of the draft resolution number 37, support for the Assembly of First Nations to SLGBTQIA+ Council, mandate and funding. So a support draft resolution. This draft resolution number 37 is moved by Chief Adam Polchis. Chief Polchis is at the microphone number 1.
Hey, believe it. Hello, everyone. Love the energy. Love the energy. So great to gather with you. Chief Alan Polchis, St. Mary's First Nation in beautiful Wolastoq territory in New Brunswick. I'm here to move this amendment. And of course, I was, oh, sorry.
Oh, it's so sad I need to interrupt you because you also have a lot of good energy, but we are at the, just to make sure that we have the mover and the seconder in the room. So on that, I'm going to now check. So thank you, Chief. And now this draft resolution number 37 has been seconded by Chief Shelley Sabatis.
Yes. Chief Shelley Sabatis, Marked First Nation. A second the motion, please.
Great. Thank you very much for this, Chiefs. And on that, we will now go to the whereas section because there are some revised whereas, and we will read only the revised ones together. So we'll go to H. Thank you, Encore. H, the 2SLGBTQIA+ Council's strategic plan includes I'm sorry, I have the energy, but my eyes are not looking at the same thing as I'm. So thank you for your patience. Going back to H. The 2SLGBTQIA+ Council continues to strengthen relationships with organizations like the Two Spirits in Motion Society, previously the Two Spirits in Motion Foundation, to continue to provide support to 2SLGBTQIA+ persons. I, in 2018, First Nations in Assembly passed a Assembly of First Nations Resolution 45, 2018, Two Spirits in Motion Foundation to support the development and funding of the 2SIMS. We will now go to the therefore be it resolved section, and we will read them all together, but as you can see, the fifth one is in red, so it has been, it is a change, so it has been added since it has been put in the package published on the AFN website. So it goes like this. Therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, reaffirm that Two-Spirit and gender diverse peoples are a traditional part of First Nations and carry unique responsibilities vital to the collective well-being of First Nations societies. 2, support the AFN 2SLGBTQIA+ Council in rejecting government policies that directly impact the safety and well-being of Two-Spirit and gender diverse First Nations people, especially those policies that negatively impact First Nations youth. 3, direct the 2SLGBTQIA+ direct the 2SLGBTQIA+ Council to report back to the First Nations in Assembly on an annual basis on progress on the strategic plan. 4, direct the AFN to seek out appropriate funding and resources for the AFN 2SLGBTQIA+ Council to ensure the implementation of their strategic plan and mandate. 5, reaffirm AFN Resolution 45, 2018, Two Spirits in Motion Foundation to continue to support sufficient, predictable, and sustainable funding to 2S+ initiatives, including 2SIMS. Last one, number 6. Call on Canada to continue to advance and fully implement Action Plan Measure 11 and support the implementation of the federal 2S LGBTQI+ Action Plan 2022. So this revised draft resolution number 37, entitled Support for the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council, Mandate and Funding, has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record. And on that, I'm going to open now the discussion period, and I'm going to invite the mover to introduce this draft resolution number 37. Mover at Chief Polchis at microphone number 1, please.
Well, Ewan, for that, and I just want to again thank the Assembly, because it wasn't until 2018 when I made the first motion as being voted in as a two-spirited chief in New Brunswick. And I wanted to be the voice for all of our two-spirited people, but be the voice for all the spirit of our generation, of our children that are yet to come to this Assembly today. I noticed the National Chief had brought her children. I brought my son that I adopted and taken it out of the system. And it's important that we continue to do that work. But to this particular resolution, it's funding. Because of the work that we are doing, the committee behind me, the folks on justice, on women, and the two-spirited folks. So we bring this motion forward, and we ask for the support on this. Will Ewan.
Will Ewan. Thank you, Chief. Would the seconder like to speak to that matter as well? Microphone number 1.
He said it perfectly. Chief Alan Polchis said it perfectly. I don't think there's anything else I need to say, but we all, I don't know if all of us, but most of us have people in our family who are two-spirited, and they've had a very difficult time. So it's time to change that. It's time to support all these individuals, and we have to move forward, and we just have to find a way to live peacefully, be safe in our communities, and that's what it's all about, right?
Great. Yep. Miigwech, well. Okay, so I think we're ready to put that matter to a vote. So we will now vote on the revised draft resolution number 37. Sorry. And I have a cat in the throat. Okay, so first, any opposition to this draft resolution, revised draft resolution number 37? Any opposition in the room? No opposition. Any abstention in the room? No abstention. So on that, I now declare this revised draft resolution number 37, entitled Support for the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council, Mandate and Funding, is adopted by consensus. So congratulations. Thank you very much. Yep. So on that, I am going to turn the floor over to Cedric. Even though there's nice pictures taken, we are going to continue the work. We finished the draft resolution for this first day, but we have some other important matters to discuss, and on that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Cedric. Thank you very much.
So congratulations to all movers, seconders, and chiefs in assembly for their work today. We talk about reaching consensus, and that was a beautiful example of it, of getting work done, so thank you for that. I will switch to French, because there is a French phone that has been lost. Donc, s'il y a quelqu'un qui ont perdu leur téléphone, il est en français, il va être disponible à la distribution juste ici au côté. Donc, je vous laisse fouiller dans vos poches, mes chefs francophones, et si jamais il faut, il est à la distribution. And now back to English. I just want to take the time to remind you guys that we do have a host community reception in Ganawage at the Golden Age Club. We're looking to confirm departure time, if I can look at our staff. We will have shuttles leaving from this area here, le Palais des Congrès, and we're looking to confirm final details with that. I'll move on to our next point in the agenda as we are waiting on that. So, chiefs and proxies, the next component of our discussion is on long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. Due to settlement privilege and confidentiality, this part of the meeting must be conducted in camera between chiefs and proxies. The parties have not concluded a final settlement agreement yet. However, the AFN would like to provide a confidential and high-level briefing to the chiefs on the suite of reforms that are being proposed. So, we are asking that only those possessing red lanyards to stay in the room. In order to ensure a quick transition, we would ask that anyone except chiefs and proxies would exit the venue through our doors. AFN staff will be coming around to verify your lanyards, so please have them close by for all chiefs and proxies. All those who are not chiefs and proxies, please make your way out of the room and have a great evening. We will see you back tomorrow at 9 a.m.